they fulfill their desires. Set to waste of existence.
Anxious Earth is rising. Anxious Earth is rising. I'm so happy.
We spend our life searching for the sense of belonging. Some people die before they fulfill their desires. Such a waste of existence. We spend our life searching for the sense of belonging. Some people die before they fulfill their desires. Such a waste of existence. Such a waste of existence. Spend our life searching for the sense of belonging. Some people die before they fulfill their desires. Such a waste.
Hey!
Just followed.
Hey, this is Double Triple Channel. I'm following my own channel now. How about that? Oh my goodness. My name is Ron, and I live in rural New Hampshire. And this is the Double Triple Channel on Twitch. It's a live broadcast. So if you're watching this on a VOD somewhere, if you're watching it on YouTube or on doubletribble.com or wherever you find this video, this is a live broadcast and has the little time stamp says there it's September 30th, 2025. Almost 8 o'clock on the eastern coast of the United States. And as the title says, I found a caterpillar in my food. I hope I spelled caterpillar correctly. I got dyslexia. And among a bunch of other neuro-D stuff that might come up. So I'm gonna talk about that. I'm talking about a whole bunch of stuff. I originally titled this thing "Stream of Consciousness" because I don't know what I'm going to talk about. But one of the things I want to talk about is a caterpillar, and I will show you a live caterpillar on stream if I can find him. I have him in the house here, but he's been kind of wandering around, and he got lost a couple times, so hopefully I'll be able to find him and show him to you. But that comes later. Maybe. Let me shut that title off. We don't need the title on there anymore. Did that fix it? Yep. Okay. So yeah, I found a hell. What I planned on this stream. I don't have much of a plan, but I got an ad starting soon. Does that show up on the thing there? That's not showing up, is it? Shit. I don't think that's showing up. Damn. Yeah, technical stuff. You know, this always happens at the beginning of the stream. I get technical stuff. And this is a live thing, and I like to pause when Twitch runs ads, which they're about to do, I think. I'm not sure. Yeah, it says that an ad is in progress, so I'm going to kind of pause for the live audience, if anybody's watching live on Twitch. But I want to see in the bottom. Let's see, from the way you see it, it'd be the bottom left of the screen. See, it's supposed to be showing there that I'm hitting my first ad, but it's not. I don't think it's showing it too well there. Maybe it is. Yeah, I'm not really sure. It doesn't look to me like it's showing it too well there. So I don't know. You know, I try to. Here, let me take care of that. Let me make that top crop go away, and maybe that will fix it. Did that fix it? There we go. Yeah, see, it says ad in progress. Okay, so we got it now. I think it's showing up now. So when it says ad no longer in progress, then we'll get back to the show here. I think what I'm going to do, I saw another streamer. Yeah, we're back. We're back to the real show. I think what I'm going to do is figure out a way to run my own little video or something when the ads run, just to give entertainment for anybody who's not seeing the ad. Because some people don't see the ad. If you're subscribed to Twitch, you don't see the ad, but some people don't. Even if you're not subscribed, sometimes they don't see the ad. I'm not sure how they do that. Maybe if they just don't sell enough ads, if they don't sell enough ads, then they don't show them. I don't know how that works. Before I get started, though, I want to thank some new followers. I've had several people who have followed me the last couple weeks here that followed when I was not streaming, and then of course it doesn't come up an alert, and I can't thank them live and all that. So let me do that. Let's see. Fizzbuzz, I don't remember if I thanked you. Thank you for following. Let's see what else we got. Cyber Skull Root, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Let's see. Walking Stick Library, thank you for the follow. I checked out your stream the other day. It looks like you do a lot of cool stuff, research type stuff, which is very cool. I like doing that. I like getting lost in the rabbit hole of research, just thinking of something, and then you know how it goes, right? When you're just kind of following a rabbit hole of research and stuff on internet. DJ Magic Mike, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Let's see. I'm not sure how to pronounce this one. I think it's Romka111. R0MKA111. Thank you for following me the other day. And NCK Media, thank you for the follow yesterday. Appreciate it. Okay, so I'm up to I've got more followers now. I'm still not at my goal. I'm trying to get to 1,000 followers, and I only have looks like 911 to go. So we're almost there. All right. So yeah, I was. I don't know. I should talk about the caterpillar first. I guess I could do that. Let me show you the caterpillar that I actually found. What happened was, he wasn't actually. Well, technically, I did find caterpillars in my food, in my garden. Right, that's my food. Right, but I actually found one. I took some stuff from my garden, some tomatoes, and brought them in here. And they were kind of damaged and stuff. And anyway, I had them sitting around here for a couple of days, kind of waiting for them to ripen and stuff. And anyway, I decided to use them, right? I made some, spaghetti with bunch of vegetables, and I put kale for my garden in there. I put tomatoes for my garden in there. It was actually pretty good. And I was worried about it because, well, first I had to cut off a bunch of, the caterpillars have been eating stuff. They eat the tomatoes too, and then we went a long time. We had it was very, very long dry spell here in New Hampshire, and then a few days ago we had just a downpour. I got 2.5 inches just in one afternoon, and the next day then all the tomatoes started splitting. Right, if you're a gardener, you know what I'm talking about. That when you get too much water into your garden when your fruit are just ripening, they will split like that. And so I got a lot of damaged fruit. Anyway, a lot of damaged tomatoes. And I had a ton of caterpillars on them that I've been trying to relocate and take care of and make them so they don't eat them. But so anyway, I brought these tomatoes in, right, to make this pasta dish, and it turned out pretty good. I was a little worried about it because when tomato plants get under stress like that, when they're getting, under attack from insects and drought and, damage and blah, 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 they produce solanine. It's a toxic thing. And the idea is that it produces that toxic chemical and then it will deter pests. But solanine is toxic to people too. So you really shouldn't eat fruit that has solanine in it because it gives you headache. Anyway, it gives me headaches, and I don't know what else it does to you. But so I was worried about that, because my tomato plants are really messed up. But I put 2 tomatoes into my pasta and ate it, and I didn't get a headache or anything. So I think there's not solanine in it, at least not that much. So that's good. Anyway, I brought the tomatoes in, set them on the counter for a day or whatever, and went in there and chopped them all up, put them in my pasta dish, ate my pasta dish, and went back into the kitchen, and here's this little caterpillar crawling along my kitchen sink. And I recognized them. It's a little small, these tomato caterpillars. I don't know what species they are. Maybe we can look that up on stream. But there he was crawling across my sink. So somehow I brought him in with stuff I brought in. I brought in a bunch of kale. I don't think he was on the kale because these caterpillars are very species specific in what they eat. They only eat nightshade stuff, nightshade plants. So I don't think it was on my kale. I think it must have been hiding somewhere in one of my tomatoes. I was very careful when I cut the tomatoes to make sure I didn't, I looked and make sure I didn't cut anybody in half when I was cutting my tomatoes up. Cut off the spoils part and all that. So I have a picture of this guy, which I will show you if I can find him. This might take a second because I was stupid and I didn't prepare before the stream because I wasn't sure what I was going to stream about, but I do have a video of this guy. Let's see what other caterpillar damage. Oh, I know where I put this. All right, there we go. I think that's it. Yeah, there we go. All right. Let me mute that because I don't think I'm saying anything important there. And okay, I'm sorry. It'll take a second here, just because that's the way OBS works. All right, I think we got it. Hey, look at that. Okay, here's my video. How are we doing on the ads? I can't even read that. Looks like we've got a few minutes yet. All right, I'm going to run this. I'll just run this video and I'll narrate it. Here's this little caterpillar. He's only about an inch or so long. I put him in a bottle, jar, and he climbed up to the lid, so he didn't want to be in there. But I took a little video of him here. So there he is. This is the guy that I found crawling on my kitchen sink, who evidently hitchhiked on a tomato that I brought in from my garden. In just a second, I'll show you what they look like when they're full grown. But see how small he is. He's only about an inch big. I mean, I'm zoomed in on there, but he's not that small, that big. But that's the guy. He wasn't. I guess he was in my food, right? Because he must have been on one of the tomatoes. So technically, he was in my food. I don't know what I'm doing here. Oh, I know what I'm trying to. I'm going to try to coax him onto this popsicle stick, so I can carry him over to a tomato plant that I'm keeping indoors here for the winter, which I'll explain in just a little bit how that all came about. But there he goes. He just climbs right up on it. I have pretty good luck with bugs. When I try to relocate a bug, I don't like to, like force them or push them or whatever. I try to get them to crawl onto something, or, you know what I mean? I don't like to disturb them too much when I take them outside or relocate them or whatever. And there I go. Okay, so I guess I can fast forward through this. I put them on that tomato plant. Oh, wait, what did I do here? I brought them back. Why did I do that? I don't know why I did that. Okay, well, whatever. All right, so that's my little video. That's my little video of the caterpillar that was in my food, and I found crawling on my kitchen counter. Now let me go see if I can find I got a full grown one right back living in the corner here on a tomato plant, and let me see if I can get him and show him to you before he gets lost. Oh shit! I've already lost him. There he is. Okay. Oh, this will work out pretty good. All right, he's been crawling around. He's been crawling around over there. So let me tell you the story here. I got him right here now. He's not going to get away. I don't know if he might be sick, but let me show you some pictures here that I took. That of a plant. All right, there we go. Now I'm not sure how I can. Again, we got to paint. Shut that off. Sorry, take a second here. All right, there we go. Did that do it? There we go. Okay, so that's my whatever, my viewer, my picture viewer or whatever. So this is a plant. This tomato plant here, I got it in this little kind of temporary container thing. I don't know. What happened was a little over a year ago, I was trying to sprout one of my house plants into this container. And I took some soil from out in the forest and put it in there. And somehow this plant sprouted out, It wasn't, in fact, it was another container. And so this plant sprouted out, and I didn't want it in that container, so I kind of grafted it. You know how you can, when you're doing you have vine plant, right? This is kind of a vine plant. There we go. This is kind of a vine plant, right? Tomatoes are kind of like vines, right? So I took one of the branches that was coming off of it and stuck it into this container in the soil, and it rooted in, and I clipped it, and so it was growing in this one now. So it's been growing for over a year. Problem is, I thought it was a tomato plant, but it started growing these little things here. If you can see that, these little These fruit, they don't look like tomatoes exactly. Maybe they're Roma tomatoes. It looks kind of like a pepper, but it's not a pepper, you know. So I wasn't sure. And there are plants that look like tomatoes that are poisonous. So, you know, I went to Chat GTP and, you know, uploaded the picture and said, what kind of plant is this? And Chat GTP didn't know. And I went through the whole thing. I think I came close to, but I'm not sure. Okay, so bottom line is I'm not sure. So I'm not going to eat it. I don't want to eat this because I'm not sure, and because they're toxic plants. You know, in this nightshade family, I'm not going to eat it. So I thought, well, I've got all these caterpillars that I've been plucking off of my garden, and I got one that I plucked off, and I said, okay, guy, we're gonna stick you on this plant, and that's what I did. I stuck him on this plant, and he ate. I mean, he just ate and ate and ate and ate and ate. Here he is. Here, I'll show you a picture of him. Oh, this is. Here's a picture of him. Can you see that? Okay. Get rid of that. See him there? He's pretty big, isn't he? See how big he is? So let me zoom in here. I could probably get this a little bit closer here. There we go. Now he's resting right now. I don't know if he's sleeping or normally they do that when you disturb them. Their main protection is camouflage. Obviously, look at him. You know, he's all green like a tomato plant, like leaves on a tomato plant. So he's holding still right now because I'm shaking and disturbing him, or else he's sleeping. I don't know what he's doing. Or he's sick because he ate the wrong plant because I put him on that other plant. I don't know what's going on. But anyway, he's pretty big. Look how big he is. There's my hand, right? He's a pretty big bug, you know. Yeah, it'll be nice to him. Nice caterpillar. Pet him. I'm sure he loves that. There you go. That's a little bit better picture of him there. See him? So that's my caterpillar, and I don't know what I can't keep him in here all winter, or you know, they look at this poop he makes. Look at all that poop. He's been making poop. You know, he's been eating this. Here, I'll show you the plant, the tomato plant that he's been eating. I just showed you the tomato plant, right? That I put him on. Let me show you what it looks like now. Oh shit, I gotta let me change the focus again on this thing. Back it off a little bit. There we go. Here's a tomato plant. And this is his. That's what he did. This is all that's left of all that fruit that was on there. The green and red. He ate the red one completely. He ate all the other green ones, and this is the only, just this little part of this green fruit here is all that's left. And he ate a whole bunch of leaves too. You know, see these all had leaves on it. He ate all those leaves. He really ate a lot, and I guess that's why he pooped so much. And over here, so he ate a lot. Look at this. Look at how all the different species of plants that are growing in this thing. All these are volunteers. I just took this dirt from the forest and put it in this container, this recycled whatever it is. And all these things sprouted up. And I grafted this tomato plant in there, and it took hold in here. But look at that. That's a really healthy little ecosystem going on there in this little container here. All right, let me put that back. Let me show you this. also. The tomato plants, normally the leaves look pretty healthy, what leaves look like, right? But when they get stressed, the tomato leaves look like this. They kind of get curled up, and the ones out in the garden are really dry right now. But they kind of curl up like this. See, it's normally. Oh, I hope I don't. Yeah, there we go. See, it's normally a regular leaf, right? But when they get stressed, they curl up like that. And these caterpillars, they've evolved to have camouflage. Their camouflage doesn't look like a healthy tomato plant looks. If they were trying to look like a healthy tomato plant, they look a little bit different. Right? This is what they look like. And see, they got those stripes and all that kind of stuff. But look at how close that looks to this leaf here when it's curled up. So what they've done is they have evolved to look like a sick tomato plant. And you think, well, why would they do that? Why would they try to evolve to look like a sick tomato plant? And it's because when they get onto a plant and start eating it, it gets sick, and it looks like this. Its leaves curl up, and it looks really sick. And so by the time they get this big, these huge monster caterpillars like this, the tomato plant, they've eaten that much, at least that much, right, and pooped out a whole bunch of tomato stuff. Then the tomato plant looks like this. It looks sickly. And their camouflage looks like a sick tomato plant. Here, he's moving around a little bit. Let me see if I can get him to smile for the camera here. Let's see. You want to smile, guy? Huh? There you go. Say hi. Say hi to everybody. Oh my God. We'll get a close up here of him. Say hi to everybody. If I touch him, maybe he'll move a little bit. No, he's playing dead. There he goes. He's moving a little bit. You can see his jaws in there, or his little mouthpiece. I mean, they just eat so much. There he goes. Hey, hi. He's looking around. I don't know. I don't know if they have eyes. They must have some kind of light sensor somewhere. Right? They got to know when it's daytime and nighttime. But they have pretty good. I mean, they have quite a repertoire of stuff that they can do. If they sense any anything, any movement or anything that might be a predator, then they stop, right? And then, of course, they know how to eat. They know how to find the plant, because I've been moving them away from the plants, and they will go many meters crawling around the ground to get back to the plant and crawl up it. So they've got some, probably, chemical smell or something sensor to figure out where the plant is. And then they know to crawl up in the plant instead of down. So they got sensors for that. And they really are quite, and they must have some kind of intelligence to do all that stuff. They don't seem, you wouldn't think a caterpillar would be too intelligent, but there he goes. But they have quite a, they can do quite a bit of stuff. And then, of course, being able to move and stuff like that. That takes quite a bit. If we tried to, make robots that can do what this caterpillar's doing. I don't know. I guess we can do that now, but it's quite sophisticated, you know. I don't know how big their brains are. Whoa, 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 shit. Oh, I caught him. Okay, he's okay. He's okay. I caught him. There he is. There's his. He's that plastic. That must be his eye there. See that little thing there? That must be his eye. Don't bite me, guy. Here, let me see if I can get him to crawl onto this thing. He should like this. This is an actual tomato plant. So there he is. He's crawling onto it. See? Okay, he must be hungry again, maybe, huh? And he's crawling on my hand now, so he's going to get onto that, I think. It's amazing that he's moving around with all my futzing with him here, you know. All right, get going, guy. He's got this little look at this little spike at the end on his butt. Can you see that? See that spike here? That's, I don't know. I don't know if he can. It's not that sharp. It's not like poking into my finger or anything. That maybe to another, another insect or something. That would, like a praying mantis or something. Maybe that would work as a defense thing or something. I don't know. There he goes. Okay, he's crawling onto it now. All right, I'm gonna put him back in the in that plant there. But anyway, that's the caterpillar. So I found a caterpillar in my food. That was my cat. And I did find, technically, I found that guy in my food, right? In my garden, which is my food. Some of my food. So that's pretty big for a bug, and they eat quite a bit, and they're just devastating to my tomato plants. So I don't know. He seems kind of sluggish, and he's not able to grab too well and stuff. So I'm not sure. Maybe that plant is making him sick. I'm not sure. I mean, he ate it. He ate this fruit. He ate the leaves. So he seemed to be doing okay there, eating it. And I would think that they are, evolution has designed them to know what they're supposed to eat and what they're not supposed to eat. Although that selection, of what plant they're going to go on is largely determined by the moth phase. The moth flies around and figures out where the tomato plants are and lands on the tomato plants and lays eggs on the leaves of the tomato plant. And then those leaves hatch, and the little tomatoes, or the little caterpillars like the one I showed you at the beginning, eat, and then they get real big like that one. So I guess part of the selection process is the moth that does it. But again, they have chemical sensors of their own as caterpillars, because I move them away several meters away, and they figure out which way to go, by chemical sensors, I imagine, and find the plants and crawl up them again, And when they finish eating, I had one that was on a small tomato plant that I had out there. He consumed just about the whole thing, and it crawled down to the ground, or dropped down to the ground. I'm not sure what he did, and then crawled along the ground to the next tomato plant and crawled up it. So, they've got some kind of sensor there as to what what plant they're gonna go to or favor or whatever. But this one's acting kind of sluggish. He doesn't look too happy. I don't know. Maybe it's just keeping him indoors. I don't know what it is. Maybe I need to put him outside. I don't know. My tomato plants are pretty well messed up anyway, so I might as well just put them out there and let them finish them up. And also, they need to when the winter comes, you know, when it gets really cold, what they do is they drop down to the ground, and they do this weird thing where they just kind of wiggle in a circle and almost do like a corkscrew and corkscrew themselves into the ground. It's really bizarre to watch them do that. And I forget how they do that, if they do that from the back, if they use that little spike, or if they just do it from the front. I forget how they do it now. But they just corkscrew themselves into the ground. And then they stay in the ground over the winter. And then in the spring, when it warms up enough, then they come out as a moth, you know. Let me see if I can find a Wikipedia page on these guys. I'm just going to say tomato caterpillar and see if it's in here. Caterpillar, tomato caterpillar, and see if it comes up with it. Tomato worm, it says. Let's see here. Let's see if this is it. I think this is it. All right, let me browser window. Connect, click, do this, do that. All right. Whoops. Oh, shit. That's not going to work. Did that work? There we go. Can you see that? This is the tomato hornworm. I think that's what I've got here. Let me see if I can find a picture of it here. That's it. Look at that. That's what we got. That's what I was just showing you. The tomato hornworm. Okay, now I know what it's called. A tomato hornworm. I think they call it a tobacco hornworm also. Or maybe there's one that's closely related. It's called a tobacco worm. And they've got all kinds of stuff. And this is what the moth looks like. Do you have a picture of a female moth? I guess it doesn't matter, right? Look at that. Wow. 1 centimeter. So that's a pretty good sized moth. Several centimeters across. It's almost as big as a small butterfly or something. But those are the guys that, you know, when they, in the spring, they come out like looking like that. And I imagine that's when they mate, right? When they're on the wing, I would imagine that's when they mate. Here, let's look at the life cycle here. Oviposition. Females lay eggs singly on the surface of host plant leaves in late spring. Yeah, that makes sense. That's when I see them out there. Larvae hatch after approximately 1 week. Female decides where to lay eggs based on assessment of the risk of predation her offspring will face. Oh, interesting. Okay, and I wonder how she does that. On a tobacco plant, the young leaves close to the plant's stem are more protected from predators, and larvae that grow there gain more mass than larvae grown elsewhere on the plant. Okay, this is tomato plants. It says young leaves close to the plant's stem are more protected from predators. Okay, that makes sense, right? Because they're inside the plant. And larvae that grow there gain more mass than larvae grown elsewhere in the plant. Females prefer to oviposit or lay their eggs on these leaves. Okay, eggs are large and range in color from pale green to off-white. Yeah, I normally try to during like, early summer or whatever, I go out, I try to look for the little eggs on the leaves and brush them off or whatever. I didn't do that this time, so I ended up with a whole bunch of these big caterpillars. Let's see, larvae. Okay, the larvae are large green caterpillars reaching a length of up to 10 centimeters. Yeah, that's what we got here, right? I didn't measure that guy, but he's only about 7 or 8 centimeters, but he's still pretty big. When fully grown, caterpillars have a dark, pointed projection on their rear end that earns them the name hornworm. Oh, okay, that's what I was looking at, that little spike on his butt. Although the tomato hornworm can be confused with the tobacco hornworm, the larvae of these species can be distinguished by their lateral markings. Tomato hornworms have 8 V-shaped white markings with no borders and dark blue or black horns. Dark blue or black horns. Now the horn on this guy was brown, so I don't know what they're talking about there. It wasn't blue or black, it was brown. So while tobacco hornworms have 7 white diagonal lines with a black border and red horns. Oh, cool. So maybe it was a tobacco hornworm. Let's count how many stripes he has on him. Let me see if he's still available for me here. Here we go. Let go. Let go. Okay, here we go. He was holding on to this branch, so rather than try to pull him really hard, I just took this branch off here. Alright, so here he is. So let's count how many stripes he has on him. Can we count them? 1. Can you see it? So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so this is a tomato, and he's got a red. I said brown, but it looked red. Why not? A red horn and 7 stripes. So there you go. This is a tobacco hornworm. So we made a definite ID on this guy. A tobacco hornworm. How you going? How you doing, guy? You all right? All right, I'll put you back. Okay, so we got a tobacco hornworm there. And am I still? Oh, shit! I didn't even check my. Yeah, I got audio here. Are we on an ad here? I can't tell if we're on an ad break or not. Let me look. No, I think I just blew through an ad there. That's okay. That's okay. All right, so let's get back to to what Wikipedia is saying here. So he's a tobacco hornworm. All right, so we identified him. Caterpillars hatch late spring, early summer. Right, that's when they happen here, summer. Develop through 5 instars. They develop through 5 instars to reach maturity. I don't even know what that even means. What's an instar? An instar is a developmental stage of arthropods, such as insects, which occur between each molt. Okay, so they molt. Okay, 5 moltings. Oh, in warmer climates where the first generation emerges earlier in the year, 2 generations of caterpillars can coexist in a single summer. Okay, that didn't happen here. We got a pretty short season because it's so cold. Okay, once fully grown, caterpillars fall from their host plant to pupate. Okay, so I think he may have been doing that because he ate a bunch. And he looks like he's full grown. So I'm not sure. I think he may have been doing that. I think he's trying to do that possibly. Fall into the ground to get into the ground. He might be trying to do that. Caterpillars pupate early fall, which means that they enter a stage of their life cycle where they become pupa and undergo transformation into a moth. Right after pupation. Damn, I don't think I've ever said that word before. Pupation. Okay, it says that the this one here, which is the tomato hornworm, which is not what we got, overwinter in the soil near their host. Plants with adults emerging the following summer. Presumably the tobacco ones do that too. Here they're showing the difference between the two. So this is the tomato hornworm, which looks a little bit different than ours, right? See, the horn is different. It's got 80 of these things instead. And there's the tobacco. This is the one we got. Look at that. It's got the red horn and 7 of these guys. So this is the one that we got. Let's get back to the article. Okay. Adults are large with a wingspan up to 13 centimeters. So that's big. That's bigger, as big as the worm, right? The wings of the moth are brown and gray with large mottled front wings and smaller hind wings with light and dark zigzag patterns, bands. Abdomens are brown-white. Okay, the moths of the tomato and tobacco can be distinguished by the number of spots on their abdomens, which presumably correspond to the stripes that they had when they were caterpillars. Shortly after adults emerge from the soil, they mate. There it is. Okay, shortly after the adults emerge from the soil, in other words, when they're flying around, they mate and females lay their eggs on host plants, renewing the life cycle. Cycle of life. Yeah, there you go. All right, so that's what they do. If there's anything else that's interesting in here. Pest control, I don't like that. Oh, UV light, I did that. Here, let me see that. Here it says, I don't know if you can read that. Is that big enough that you can read that? Do I need to zoom in a little bit more or something on that? Maybe I need to zoom in a little bit more, huh? Let's see. Is that better? I don't know. It's a little bit better, I think. Okay, pest control, I don't like that, but it says gardeners whose tomato plants are predated by the tomato hornworm pick the caterpillars off of their plants. Yeah, I've been doing that. The use of a UV black light at night helps to find them as they glow bright green. See photo below. Do they have a photo below? Oh, here we go. Look at this. Hey, yeah, I did that. I took a little black light and went out there and looked, and I did see one out there, and they do glow a little bit. You gotta, I don't know. Whatever. But I don't like, I don't kill them. I don't kill anything, If I don't kill bugs that I find in my house. I don't kill anything. It's just, that's my thing, I don't want to do that. I don't like to kill things. So, but I don't like them eating my tomato plant either. I've been picking them off. and I didn't get hardly any tomatoes this year. There's only a couple more out there, and I don't know if they're gonna even be ripe because these guys are just munching on them, you know. And I move them away. I move them, you know, away from them, but they tend to find their way back to the plant. I do think though that sometimes when I move them away, the birds, you know, if they're not on the plant, when they're on the plant, they kind of camouflage in, right? But if they're just on the ground somewhere, it's easier for, you know, critters to find them and eat them. So I don't know. I guess I don't want to do that either, right? I don't want to. I don't want to take them and put them out there, and then I don't know. It's I guess I just let them finish it. Let them eat the plants, you know, because I don't. I'll try to keep, you know, if I have like 1 or 2 plants that still have tomatoes that I think might get ripe, then maybe I'll try to keep them off of those. But otherwise, just let them finish their thing, you know, let them do their thing and let them fall to the ground. And if they can get into the ground and overwinter, you know, fine. Yeah, among other examples, larvae can also be eaten by most common bird species. Yep. They said citation needed, so, but I you know, that happens. It's small bird species. I guess it depends on the size, right? If it's a small caterpillar, then the little birds can eat them. And if it's a big caterpillar, then it's got to be like a crow or a jay or something, some bigger bird maybe. Parasites, which is really ugly. I don't want to see that. Traps, I don't want to trap them. All right. So there you go. So that's just one one critter that we found out there. I was kind of lucky this season. I didn't get a lot of deer. I usually get I did get a deer early in the season. That's true. I had a sunflower out there that several. I had a whole bunch of sunflowers. One of them made it to the stage where it looked like it was going to become an adult, and it got a couple feet high, and a deer came and just wiped it out, and that was it, you know. And then we also get there's a groundhog family that lives across the field here. And sometimes they wander over here and eat my garden. I don't think they've done it this year. They'll eat my kale and everything. But so I did, as far as pest, I did pretty good this year, I think. Who else did I? Oh, I had a fox. I think a fox came and tried to chew on my my spaghetti squash. Oh, let me show you my spaghetti squash. I got this came out of my garden. This is a spaghetti squash, and I've got several in here, and this is the biggest one I got right here, and this one is one of the smaller ones. And I only got 3 or 4 of them. I've got one more out there that's trying to grow, but I don't think there's enough leaves left. We've had several freezes. We had a hard freeze the other night. We have several freezes. We're gonna have a freeze again tonight, I think, maybe. So the squash is pretty much dead. And I pulled this one right before we had a hard frost. Because it looked like it wasn't going to grow anymore, but it's not. See, it's got a green tint to it. I don't know if you can see that or not. So it's not really ripe, and I don't know if I can eat that or not. I'll have to do some research or something, see if I can actually eat that when it's not ripe. Most things you can eat, even if they're not ripe or whatever, just by leaching them or cooking them or whatever, and also another really cool thing is I'll show you a video here. I got some IRL videos out here. I'll show you an IRL video here that I did. Shut my camera off. Shut my browser window off. Here I am picking up acorns out in the field. I've got a northern red oak, which I finally figured out that it was a northern red oak, out across the field there where I feed the crows, and a lot of my videos have been taken out in that area. And there's just a ton. I mean, just a ton of these acorns are falling right now off of this tree. Just a ton of them. The ground is just covered with them. And so I went around picking them up and trying to avoid all the poop from the sheep, you know. But anyway, this is kind of an inefficient way of doing this. But I'm going to try to figure out a more efficient way to get out there and harvest all these acorns. Because you can eat them. You know, these acorns. You can go out there and figure out what, you know, there's a process that you go through to, you know, cook, make sure that they're safe and all that kind of stuff. And lots of different stuff that you can make out of these acorns. So that's what I want to do. I want to go out there and and harvest more of them. You know, and cook them. And yeah, I got them here. Here's some of them. They got kind of moist in here. They're trying to dry out a little bit. But they got a little moist in this bag. But look at how many I got here. I figured this is. I weighed this. It's 2 pounds. And these acorns. This is what they look like. You want to see? I'll do a close up here. I think. Let's see here. You see that? See that? That's what they look like. Now there's a cap that goes on this end, this blunt end here. The way it works is they have a cap that goes on the top of this blunt end, and that's where the stem is, and that's how it attaches to the tree. And when the tree gets ready, when it thinks that it wants to drop its seed, it releases this acorn part from the cap, and this falls to the ground. Look, it's even got a point there so it can go straight down into the ground. And they are really, I mean, you don't want to be standing under a tree when it's dropping a lot of those things. Unless you got a pith helmet, you know, the helmet, you got to be wearing a helmet, right, to be doing it. Anyway, so I got these guys, and I cracked some open. Let's see what these look like here. These are kind of... But here's what it looks like on the inside. There's a lot of meat on these things. You know, it's big. You know, here's an acorn, and it's just almost all meat. There's just a little bit of a shell on it, so it's pretty good. I don't know if this is turning color here, so I'm not sure what's going on there. I just opened a few of them just to see what it was like, and like. It's about 1 or 2/3 by weight of these things is the meat of the part that you can eat, you know, which is really good, right? So I just standing out there grabbing a few of them and putting them in my pockets. I got 2 pounds of these things, so I should be able to get 10 or 20 pounds or something out, when I go out there and just really harvest it, which is really cool. So I'm going to do that. And there's a whole process you go through to prepare them. The red oak, there's around here, the main ones are white oak and red oak. And this tree that's producing a whole bunch of acorns right now is the red oak, northern red oak. And that has more tannin. The acorns have tannin in them. And tannin is a chemical that the plant uses to try to deter, critters from eating their whatever, But some animals can handle the tannin just fine. But the red oak has more tannin, a lot more tannin than the white oak, and it's toxic. It's toxic to people, So you gotta remove that. And turns out we have a process on how to do that, and we know about that process because of the first Americans. The first Americans figured it out before we even arrived here from Europe. When I say we, before Europeans arrived here, a few hundred years ago, the first Americans had already figured out how to make acorns safe and eat them and all that. And what they do is they take, and I learned about this a long time ago, a few decades ago, when I lived in California. What they do is they harvest, like I did, right? They get the acorns, and they hit them with a rock or whatever, and crack them open and get the meat. Then they take the meat and grind it down into a powder or paste or whatever, and they take that and they go to find a stream somewhere where there's sand in the stream, and they kind of dig out a little indentation or whatever in the stream where the sand is, and kind of build a little irrigation system or whatever, so they can bring the water in to their little hole, indentation that they have in the sand. Well, I think I've got an ad coming. Let me see if I have an ad coming. Shit. Sorry. No, I blew through the ad. Sorry. It doesn't matter. So they find the they make a little indentation in the sand and kind of next to the stream, right? And then they dig a little hole that kind of guides the water into that little indentation in the sand. And turns out the meat that the acorn nut is heavier than water. So they put this ground up nut paste stuff on the sand, and they run the water through it, and it leaches out the tannin. They leave it in there for, I don't know, a day or whatever. I don't know how long they leave it out there. And it leaches out the tannin. And you can tell very easily that the tannin has been leached out because the tannin has a color to it. So if you take the nuts, put them in water, they're ground up, right, in water, and wait, a day, and you look, and the water will be brown. You say, okay, that's tannin, right? And you pour it off, put fresh water in there, and wait again, right? And do the same thing. The way the first Americans did it is they just let nature do it. They let the stream flow through it and leach the tannin out after a few days. But the way we would do it is we put it in a container, grind it all up, put it in a container with water. It'll settle down to the bottom of the water because it's heavier than water. The tannin will leach out of it, turn brown, and then you just keep pouring it off and keep adding water. And eventually you'll wait a day or two, and the water will still be clear, and you won't be able to see any brown in the water, and then you'll know that there's no more tannin left in it. And then you can make stuff out of it, right? You can typically if it's ground up like that, they take that paste and put it out in the sun or in your oven or however you want to do it, and dry it out until it turns into a flour, a powder flour. There's a way to make the acorns to leach the tannin out of the acorns a little bit faster by using heat. You boil water, and that'll cause more tannins. The heat, right, causes more stuff to happen, right, because it's heat, right? Things move around more, more stuff happens, and it will leach out the tannin more quickly. But the problem is when you do that, if you boil the water, it cooks the protein in the nut meat, the nut paste. And when you do that, then it's not suitable, or it's less suitable as a flour. The way wheat works, like wheat, if you're cooking with flour, you're making bread. That's how it works, right? There's a protein in all wheat flours. Now, some of them have more than others. Now, the ones that have more, they're called hard wheat. Soft wheat has less of this protein. Protein is called gluten. You've heard of people say gluten-free diet. Gluten is protein. That's the same thing. It just means that it's protein that's in wheat. And gluten has a characteristic that when you cook it in bread, that's what gives it the chewy or the spongy or whatever. It's the thing that holds stuff together. Glue, right? It's the glue that holds the bread together. Gluten. And acorns have the same thing. It's not the same protein, but it's a similar thing. But if you leach it with boiling water, then that gluten or protein cooks, and it'll be mush. You won't be able to use it. You won't be able to take advantage of that gluey characteristic of the flour, then, of the acorn flour when you're all done with it. So I think what I'm going to do is get a whole bunch of these and chop them up and put them in just cold water, and run it however many cycles it takes. If it takes a week, or I don't know how long it's going to take, until all the tannin is out of it. And then I can use it for whatever. I can use it for bread making or anything that I want, that way. Most of the recipes out there mixed with some other kind of flour, usually wheat flour. I found a website. Let me show you this website that has recipes from the first Americans. Let's see. It's called Native Tech is the name of the website. And the website is so old that it doesn't work on my browser, believe it or not. It's so old. So I had to access it through the archive. I went to an older version of the thing. Anyway, it's www.nativetech.org/recipes. There it is right there. See? And they've got all these recipes in there, and there's one in here for acorns. I don't know where it went. I guess I didn't link that one. But yeah, this looks like a very cool site if you're into anything like that. Foraging for food or living off grid or any of that kind of stuff. All this things that the first Americans, have figured out over time, over the centuries, when they were here. They already figured all this stuff out, right? How to live in the land, right? Live off the land and do stuff. So this website has tried to collect at least some of that, some of those, some of that information. What have I got here? I'm going to add 9 minutes. Okay, I got lots of time. So this site called Native Tech, they just got a whole bunch of this kind of stuff. How to weave baskets, how to, do all this stuff. They got some hunting stuff in there, which I don't like, right? Being a vegan, I don't like the hunting stuff, but they got a lot of how to cook, food that's just found around here in the United States, berries and corn, right? That's corn, right? Is something that we got. It's a new world food, corn. So there's a lot of stuff in here in corn, and the recipe that I found for the acorns uses the acorn flour plus cornmeal. Plus, I think they put wheat in there too. I don't remember, but yeah, it's. You mix it together and make a little bread out of it and stuff. And then I can't remember what they put, some sort of, I don't know if it was berries or something that they put in with it. I forget what it was now. There are a lot of recipes out there for acorn, flour, acorns, But this website is really cool. It's just got all kinds of stuff here. And I found a recipe on here for the acorns. Maybe, let me see if I've got that in here, Native Tech. No, I didn't. For some reason I didn't, let me see, grains and breads. Maybe I can find it here by just browsing around. Vegan rice pudding, corn cakes. Look at all this stuff. Yeah, tacos. That's another thing that they make a lot of. You take corn and grind it up in using with rocks that have lime in it, and it makes the corn, turns the corn into masa that you can use to make tortillas out of, corn tortillas. Huh, I can't find that damn. Oh wait, next page. Let's see, maybe it's on the next page here. I want to see if I can find that acorn recipe here. I don't see it. Rice. Look at all these recipes. Huh. I got rice. I didn't realize that rice was. Oh, here it is. Acorn pancakes. It's not exactly right, but there was another one here. There was an acorn bread that I found. Let's just see what it says about the acorn pancakes here. Valley oak acorns pancake mix. Yeah, I don't think the native peoples used pancake mix. And vanilla. Yeah, they could get vanilla maybe. Vanilla was around here, but I think actually vanilla originated in Africa, didn't it? I forget. Anyway, so it's a cool website. You should check it out. So they got a lot of stuff there. Yeah, I mean it has everything. How to do every little thing. Like I said, basket weaving, and it's not just recipes and stuff. So I think I'll be able to get some, quite a bit of food out of that just by picking up those acorns out there, which is very cool. Always good to get extra food. All right, let me see. I've got some more IRL stuff in here besides those picking up acorns. Let's see. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to try to grab all of these videos here. Whoops. I've got a whole bunch here. All right. Let's see. Send to. Shit. I'm sorry. I should be doing this during the ad, huh? I'm trying to figure out how to get. I've got a whole bunch of these little videos here that I want to show you. But, I've got to figure out how to get them all loaded up at one time into VLC. Okay, here we go. Open file. Playlist. Let me see here. I think there's a way to do this with a playlist. View playlist. There we go. Okay. Add file. Okay. Sorry to do this. I got it. Sorry to put you through this right now, but I'm trying to figure this out on the fly. All right, there we go. I'm sorry, this is not working right. Damn it. It's not finding my videos. Anyway, maybe I can playlist. Add video, add file, open, let's see, add file. Videos. IRL. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm going to have to do these one by one, which is going to be a pain in the ass, but that's okay. All right, let me show you this one here, which is there we go. This is this is outside in my backyard, and I was out there. I don't know what happened, but I heard a raven doing a call out there. And let me turn up the volume here a little bit and see if you can actually hear it. And what happened? Oh no, this is the one on. This is the crows. Okay. All right, this is going to be kind of boring, actually.
All right, you ready? All right, come.
Okay, I put some peanuts out there, and there's some crows up in the tree here, which of course you can't see right here. Let me go forward here until I get to where they are. There they go. There they are. See them flying there? Right up here. They fly across here.
There you go.
See them?
Greedy. Good greedies.
I call them, you know, and they're still kind of afraid, you know. I put the peanuts out there, and I call them, and they know there's certain words that I use to tell them to do stuff. And sometimes they'll do it, but sometimes they're too afraid. And this time they waited for me to get up on the deck before they flew over. But they fly over there, and then they get down in there and they eat the peanuts. So that's what that video was about. Not too exciting. I got more exciting videos. All right. Let me find another one here. Okay, here's one where I was scaring off a hawk.
There he is. There's the hawk.
You see that? The crows were out there mobbing a hawk, and they get really aggressive. The hawk tries to catch the crows, and the crows, actually physically attack the hawk,
Yeah.
and they're about evenly matched.
Hi, horsey.
Oh, and here's a little horsey
I'm a little
that
busy at the second.
I met
I gotta
recently.
get this hawk out of here.
I was
Go away, hawk.
talking to the horse. The horse came up to see what was going on, and the hawk is up here somewhere.
Hi.
And the horse kept bugging me because he wanted attention. Now let's see where that hawk is. Let's see if I can find him. He's somewhere in here. Let me just play this through. He flies off in a second
hawk.
here. There he is. There he is right there. There's the hawk. Let me zoom in on that. All right. Okay, that's a crow over there. That's a crow. And that's a crow. And that's a crow. So they got them surrounded here. Oh no, that might be a hawk. Let's zoom in a little bit more on that guy. I think that's the hawk. Okay, I think that's the hawk. Let's see here. Fortunately, I was handheld here. Yeah, I think that's the hawk. Let's see if he flies away here. All right, let's open this up a little bit.
Can you make him fly?
I was telling the crows to make the hawk fly.
There he goes.
Did you hear Did you hear that? That sound? Let me play that back again. Hear that? Tuck 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 or tuck tuck tuck. That's a crow. Listen. Hear that? That's a crow making a kind of a laughy sound. That's actually a happy sound. Believe it or not. So I think he might be happy that I'm walking over there to get the crow out. You know. Okay, there he is right there. I think that's the hawk. There he is. See him? Right here? That's the hawk. Flying away.
There he goes.
So that was the hawk. You didn't play that again. He'll fly out. There he goes, flying off. So he flew away a little bit. He didn't like go out of the area or anything. He's still stuck around. But
Gotta take care of you. Hi.
and then I went back to the horse.
Hi, little horsey.
Here's the horse. Look at those eyes. That's a horse. All right.
Hi.
So I met this horse just a few days ago, actually,
You're a good horsey.
and he's
Look at that.
very friendly.
Uh-oh. What do we got there? Got something going on there. Not you. Huh? You're all right. You're all right, little horsey. It's okay. It's okay. You're all right. You're all right. You're all right. Get those flies out of there.
I actually took a video when I met that horse, so you can see how he acts when I met him.
You ready? All right.
And I just walked over and, fed him. So that's not a big deal. All right, so. All right. Let's see if I got another one. Oh, this one's kind of interesting. This is there's kind of a story behind this one, of course. I got another story, right? Kind of complicated. I had a little. Let me show you this. I have a bottle out here. Let's see what you can see that. This bottle right here. Can you see the pointer? Yeah. This bottle right here. I did an experiment. I wanted to do that little trick where you take and put a bottle over some fruit before it grows up, and then you end up with a big fruit inside of a bottle. You know what I mean? They do it with pears sometimes. And I wanted to do that with tomatoes, so I stuck this bottle out there and stuck a little tiny tomato that had just got started growing in the mouth of this bottle. And it's grown up. It's too big. It's bigger than the mouth now, so it's kind of interesting. But bottles like this, when you put them out in the sun, they allow a lot of the sun rays to come in, and they're insulating, and they end up getting hot on the inside. And so I had a little piece of cardboard that I put over the top of this bottle to shade it, to keep the sun from, cooking that tomato in there, And it got cool, and it had cooled down enough. This was earlier in the summer, and it had cooled down enough that I decided to grab that piece of cardboard and take it from the garden and put it in my bin or whatever here. And as I was bringing it in here, I got inside here, and when I was just about to toss it into my recycle or my paper bin here, a spider came out of the cardboard. And I didn't see it. Moved really fast, and it jumped off and went down to the to a little container thing I had there. Anyway, it happened really fast. I didn't see what it was, and then I found him, and it was a jumping spider, a pretty big one. You've seen jumping spiders, right? And they range anywhere from really, really small up to, about that big. Not, they're not really big spiders, but they're pretty big, This is a pretty big jumping spider. And so I thought, oh shit, should I put him back outside? What should I do? And it was, we're getting cold. It's going to be winter. I don't know if he's going to, what. Apparently, I don't know. They must figure out how to deal with the winter. But anyway, he jumped down to this little thing, this little platform or container I had, and he was running around on that. And and I looked at the cardboard, and he had made a little web inside the cardboard. You know how some spiders do that? They'll make these cocoon type of webs, wolf spiders will do that, and jumping spiders do that. Several, wolf spiders are the funnel spiders. A lot of them do that, right? They make little cocoon type webs. Anyway, the spider had, he had a pretty good deal, I guess, out there. A lot of bugs to eat and whatever, and he had made a little web inside this cardboard, and I didn't realize it, and I had disturbed his thing. But he had his web in this cardboard, and he fell down on the cardboard and was kind of walking around on the cardboard, and they can see you. They're jumping spiders have really good vision. You get within a couple feet, or 2 or 3 feet of a jumping spider, and they'll look. They can see you, and they can actually be trained to some extent. It's amazing. They're really smart. Anyway, so I had his little home there in my hand. He's on the thing, and I said, "Oh, here's your thing," and I put the cardboard on the container where this little spider was, and he crawled up and went into the thing again. And I thought, well, shit, I'll just leave him in here. Anyway, I left him in here, and he decided not to live in that cardboard anymore, and he left, and I don't know where he went. This was a week ago. I had no idea where he went. I looked at the cardboard. He wasn't there. I looked around. I couldn't find him anywhere. And then a couple of days ago, I almost stepped on him. He had walked over to where the door was. Like a dog, that walks to the door when it wants to go out. I figured, okay, you want to go, you want to go out. This little spider, well, quite a distance. He walked over to where the door was, and there was a fly there. I don't know if he was trying to catch the fly. Anyway, he was by the door, right by the door. I said, okay, I'll let you out. So I picked him up in this that little same plastic thing I just showed you earlier, a little plastic lid thing, and took him out. And here's me releasing him anyway. So I'll show you that. Long setup for a stupid little video here. It doesn't even show that much, but I let him go here on the tomato plant. This is exactly where he was when I accidentally grabbed him in his little cardboard home there. But I put him back out on the tomato plant. I think he was pleased because he jumped right back on it as soon as he recognized it. He jumped back on it again. And I didn't get the video too well, but you can see him there. See him? He's. Let me back that up a little bit. See him there? See? Little spider. Whoops! Shit. Sorry. There he is, right there in the bottom. See him? I don't know if I cut that off or not. Yeah, you can see it. See in the bottom there? So he's a pretty big size for a jumping spider, And he's in this little plastic container, and he tried to walk to the plant here, and he kept slipping. He couldn't get a grip on the plastic. I had to tilt it a little bit, and I'm not, when I release bugs and stuff, I'm gonna have to do a stream on how to release bugs, because I see people, and stuff all the time. They'll catch bugs and just dump them outside, or flying insects and throw them, and it's just, you got to think, if you were that bug, what would you want? You got to think about it, and when you release them. The best way to do it is to catch them in a little jar or something, and do it in a way that you don't, bother them too much. And I've seen people, recommend using a vacuum to catch ladybugs, and I mean, just just horrible stuff. You got to be nice to them. Be nice and easy to them. Anyway, the best way to do it is to catch them in a little jar, and take the jar out there and lay the jar on the side and just set it outside somewhere so the jar can't roll around, and just let it sit there and let the bug crawl out when it wants to crawl out. That's the best way to do it. If it's a flying insect, you just go out and you open it up and wait for them to figure out how to get out and fly out of the thing that you got them in, But maybe I'll do a stream about that one day. Anyway, so this guy, this is a real quick thing. And I caught him in this little plastic thing. And he wasn't able to crawl on it too well. He wasn't able to get a good grip on it, so I had to kind of tilt it a little bit. Anyway, he got finally jumped. He actually got to the end there, and he jumped at the end right onto the tomato plant. And there he is there. See? He's on the... There he is right there on the stem of the tomato plant, right, really close to where he was when I disturbed him. So I think he was kind of happy. And I saw insects out there after this, tiny insects that were small enough for him to catch. So I'm sure he's doing pretty good out there. I haven't seen him since this, but but I'm sure he's doing okay. Oh shit! I'm sorry. I didn't show you that right. All right, let me try harder. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Got to try again. I got a chatter. I'll be with you in just a second here. There we go. There he is. All right. Let me back up here. Can you see that? Let me show you. I was doing this whole thing. I'm sorry I didn't have the video set up here. There he is. So you see him inside this little plastic thing. And he couldn't crawl very well on that plastic. But I tilted it enough and he got to the point where he just jumped right onto that limb there. There he is. See him right here? So he was a happy spider. I think he's a happy spider. And I haven't seen him since then. I don't know where he's at now, but hopefully he's doing okay. There he is. See him? All right. All right. Sorry, I didn't notice the chat there. I've gone a whole hour here with nobody watching the stream, so I wasn't looking at chat there. If you stream, you know how that is. You get where you're doing your stream and nobody's watching. And all right. Let me get here to chat. Walking Stick Library. Hi, thank you for stopping by. Welcome. I love your chair. Yeah, I've got an old rocking chair. This is my streamer chair. It's funny. Everybody's got these $500 big, gaming. They call them gaming chairs. This is just an old rocking chair. That's all I got. I stream plenty to an empty house. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Then comes with a territory. I stream on a stool. Oh yeah. I came in and lurked your stream for a little bit there the other day. Yeah, you do a lot of research. The going down a rabbit hole of research. It looks like you think of something to research and try to find it. It looks like you've got a lot of resources there, a lot of tools that you can use for research. I've got basically Wikipedia and whatever I can find on Google, but it looks like you've got a whole bunch of databases and stuff that you can use to find stuff on. Yeah, earlier in the stream here, I showed up my little caterpillar, big caterpillar actually. He's pretty big. I've got him in the corner over there. Took him out of my garden. But now what I'm doing is I'm going through videos. I've got an ad starting here in about 30 seconds, so maybe I should wait for the next video. 30 seconds. Do I have one that's only 30 seconds? No. Yeah, this one's kind of short. I guess we can look at that one. Ah, damn. Did you get that in there before the... No. Sorry. Okay, so we're going to go to an ad here. After the ad, I'll have the video working, I hope. There we go. All right, I think we're on an ad now. Yeah, it says there's an ad in progress, so I don't know if you guys are getting an ad or not. Let's see. Not as much as I used. Oh. All right, we're running an ad right now. So I'll wait for the ad to run, and then we'll continue. I'll continue showing videos there. I think I got it set up now where it's working better. Okay, 22 seconds. I think you can see that, right? Can you see that it says 22 seconds left? I think you can see that there, can't you? Yeah, 12 seconds left, something like that. 10 seconds, whatever. All right, I think the ad's done. Not sure, maybe. All right, there we go. All right, this is just a goofy thing. This is those acorns that I showed you earlier. This is the tree that they came from. It's a huge oak. And I just was looking up at the oak. I was trying to identify it and trying to look at the leaves and shit. And I had the camera with me, and I saw these clouds going by, and they were moving really fast. So I thought it would be cool to just take pictures of the clouds moving behind the oak tree. And I didn't have a tripod, so it's handheld, which is, is not exactly ideal for this kind of a shot. But you can see how quickly those clouds are moving behind there. This is the kind of thing that you want to take hook your camera up to a tripod and use time lapse, and then show the clouds moving by really fast. But I didn't do that. But that was a stupid little shot that I took. All right, more IRL here. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Open multiple files. Maybe this will work. I was trying to figure out how to get all these in here. No, that didn't work. Sorry. Technical stuff. We'll get this figured out here. All right, here we go. I got some here now. All right. Damn, I'm sorry. This is, my system is giving me fits here. It's not doing what I want it to do. So it's going to be kind of cumbersome for me to bring up some of these videos. All right, I think I got this one here. Did that come up? No, god damn it. What a pain in the ass. Sorry, guys. There you go. Okay. So this is some climbing ivy that I found out there, which was very cool because it's the distance between where the ivy was growing from, right? It's growing from the ground here, and it climbed up these bushes here, but then there's like a huge gap or whatever. And it figured out how to, the way ivy grows, it kind of grows up a little bit. Some ivies they'll kind of grow up, and before they get too far to follow over, they will, follow the sun, and they end up curling around like this until they hit something that they can grab onto. And then when they hit it, then they wrap around that and go up further. And that's what this ivy had done, apparently. This is in my backyard again. And I just thought it was amazing. This thing had grown up here and was able to reach up to these tall branches on this tree. And it went up like 20 feet or something. It went way up there. You see, it's just, it's like, what was it crawling up on there, to get to these branches? It went way up there. Look at that. Look at how high it went up there. That's about 20, that's more than 20 feet, it looks like. And it looked really cool with the sun in the background there, but it's, pictures don't do that justice. When you get those kind of shots, you can't really. And the leaves, of course, the leaves are turning now. We're getting into the fall season or whatever. So, all right. This is going to be kind of cumbersome loading these up for some damn reason. I can't get these to load up properly very easily. Oh, it got it. Okay, great. Okay, we got it. This is in my garden. And those caterpillars, you can see one over here on the right. That looks like a caterpillar, I think. No, that's just a leaf. But this is some of the damage that they've done. Look at what he did to my tomato. Even before it got ripe, they went ahead and ate half a tomato. That caterpillar that I showed you at the beginning of the stream. Oh, there he is. He's in here. Right here. That's it. It's a tobacco. What did I say? Tobacco hornworm. What they're called. We looked it up. We did that earlier in the stream. We did the whole Wikipedia thing on this guy. Tobacco hornworm. And so he ate most of my tomatoes and a lot of the leaves off my tomato plants and just really messed them up. It's not just him. I mean, it's him and a dozen of his buddies, It's a whole bunch of them. There's another one. Look at that one. See that? See, here's another one. And they're really hard to spot. I mean, they're so big, but their camouflage is so good. Look at all the damage. Their camouflage is so good, they're very hard to find, actually. But I was able to find them. I think I can get them pretty easily with a UV light. You can find them better. And so I clipped that off. Rather than trying to pull them off, because that's kind of stressful for them, to pull them off. They don't like that. And so I just cut them off, cut the stem off, and carried them over, a few dozen or half a dozen meters or a dozen meters over and stuck them. But I don't think that's far enough. I think they can still find the plants even right there. There's one that I put out here earlier. And now this is where I'm putting them here is among a bunch of kale. But they don't eat kale, I put this one right on the kale plant. They don't eat kale. So they just fall onto the ground or crawl down to the ground and crawl all the way across several meters over back to the tomato plants again. And if they're lucky, a bird won't get them, you know, in that process. The birds really can't find them on the plants because they're so well camouflaged when they're on a tomato plant, but when they're crawling on the ground, their camouflage doesn't work so well, you know, on the ground, and the birds can find them easier. All right, so that's that. Let's see what my next one is here. Oh, this one. Okay. This is just a beetle on the wall. Let's see here. It's kind of an interesting looking beetle. That's less than an inch, I think. He's not too big, but he's got kind of interesting markings on him. Oh shit! Bring this up here. Sorry. See, he's got a kind of interesting mark. We have a whole bunch of beetles that are this general shape like this. You know, that have this general shape on their body and everything, and their legs and stuff. But they have different markings, and so they must be different species, but the same, whatever genre, a genus or whatever. I don't know how taxonomy works, but we just got a whole bunch of these guys around here. Yeah, my camera is not. My little GoPro doesn't have a macro lens on it, so I can't get that close to them. Let's see. Okay. This is when I met the horsey. The horse that was out there.
Oh, look at those eyes. Hi. Hi. How are
All right,
you?
so let me explain here. This is a donkey. I live on a donkey farm, by the way. For those of you who don't know, I live on a donkey farm here in New Hampshire. And they occasionally pick up strays and people who, you know, can no longer care for their animals or whatever. They got this little horse, miniature horse too. This donkey here is a baby. He was born this spring. He's a male. And, you know, he was friends with me, but he's a little bit more wild, right? He's a male, so he's kind of getting into his coming of age or whatever, you know. And he's a little more wild, so I'm a little more more careful around him. You know, I don't want to get kicked or whatever. And he's a little more spunky, I guess you'd say. But this little horse here, I was just meeting him. I never met this horse before. The donkey knows me, but the horse doesn't.
What is this? What we got going on here, huh? The little donkey's gotten really big. Yeah, look how big you've gotten. The little donkey's real big now. You're a big donkey. Look at that. Hi. Hi.
They like getting scratched. They like their ear scratches and they like their neck scratched and everything.
What's up? Huh? Can I pet you? Want some ear scratches? Oh, I can give you some ear scratches. Look at that. Oh, we like ear scratches. Oh, we like ear scratches, huh? Maybe not. Oh, well.
Okay, so that was that. These videos might be a little jerky. I mean, not just from being handheld, but because my computer is kind of overloaded right now. It's got, you know, too much going on, and it's having trouble playing videos. All right, so that was my horse. Here's a little bit more of that horse. See, I guess that works.
Hi.
So he just met me just here. So he's
Good.
being pretty
Okay,
friendly
we like that.
for just meeting me, you know.
Yeah, we like that. That's pretty good. Yeah. What is this thing here? Oh, it's a camera. See? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Now we're friends, huh? Are we friends now, huh? Maybe. Yeah. All right. Well, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Bye. Bye.
So that was me meeting the horse out there. A little video. I don't know. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, this is kind of interesting. This was a guy. I don't know if this is going to show up that well on the video, but this is a. In the morning, I walked out there and saw this cool fog out there. You see that? No, that didn't work. I gotta try harder. Sorry. There we go. See that fog out there? This is a mountain out there. And there was this low fog, and it just looked so cool. With this fog and the mountain poking out from, and then clouds further in the back, and it just looked really cool. So I took a picture of it with my junky-looking garden in the front, in the foreground there. But oh well. We're having a weird leaf season here. You know, New Hampshire and Vermont are like a lot of tourists. You know, come up to see the leaves turn color and all that. You know, and we're like kind of past peak. I don't know already from leaf peeping. You know, which is early. Normally, like October is the best time. You know, to see the leaves, but they're like. A lot part of New Hampshire, we're already past peak, so it's kind of, I don't know, unusual season, I guess I'll say. I won't say it's a bad season. I won't tell you no, don't come. Right? We like tourists, but you know, it's an unusual season. Let's put it that way. And there's some more of that fog. Okay, that's not even interesting. All right, let's see what else we got here. Locating a caterpillar. Okay, here's more caterpillars.
Got two more of them here. I found.
This was three caterpillars that I had to relocate.
I'll do. Just clip it.
All right. Did that not switch over for me? So there it goes. Okay. Sorry about that. Take two. All right. So I got three caterpillars here that I had to relocate. They're pretty big. This one's medium size.
I'll do.
And rather than a lot of times, rather than try to just pull them off, sometimes I'll pull them off, but if they're on a stem that I could easily cut off, I'll just do that rather than disturb them too much. There's some sheep.
It's over here.
Kind of concerned about what I was doing. Didn't know what I was doing over there. I don't know. They don't.
I don't think they're social animals, but there they go.
So I carried them a few meters over and set them down on the ground. And what they do, what I think is going on is they will eat whatever stem I have them attached to there. And then when that's done, then they crawl back over and get up on the tomato plants again. So.
There's got a big long one here. Just clip it this way. There we go. Okay.
Okay, I couldn't hold the camera and clip at the same time, but you can get what's going on there. That's almost a full-size one there. Look at that. Tobacco hornworm is what they're called. Tobacco hornworm.
Okay, there you go, guys. It's a
There's 3 of them. See? 3 of them I got relocated there. So that's kind of cool. All right. Let's see what else we got here. Okay, another caterpillar relocation here. Yeah. Did that work? Sorry. Technical difficulties. Oh my god. Sorry about that. Alright, there's one. Now this one I could not. See this one here? He's on a main stem here. I actually repaired that stem and I think it's going to be okay. The plant got so sickly that the stem just folded over onto the wire cage here I had for him. Anyway, this guy was on a main stem that I couldn't cut, right? So I had to just pick him off. I just grabbed him and pulled him off. And you'll see when I pull them how they probably don't like that too much. When I pull them, they hold on pretty good.
So, guys, I know you don't want to do this, but
and they poop a lot too. You get poop on your hands when you grab them. A lot of times they get scared when you grab them. Right, that's what animals do when they get scared. They poop. So the caterpillar will. You're grabbing that caterpillar, he'll poop on your hand.
All right.
So that was. All right. That was that one. Let's go through them here. Okay. Oh, here's some pictures of the sheep. Let's see if that's... Did that skip over there? Yeah. When I was over there looking at the acorns and stuff, the sheep came to investigate what I was doing. So I took pictures of them. This guy's been around a long time. I became friends with him, or her rather, when she was just a lamb, just a little lamb. So she's very friendly and always walks up to me, Some of the other ones are, some of them are very friendly, some of them are more skittish. This black one here is normally kind of skittish, but she was kind of investigating what I was doing here since I was out there with them. So I got some pretty good pictures of her. There, see, that's rare for her to do that. This one does not come up close like that usually.
What's the matter? What is this? All right, come on.
That's a younger one. That's a lamb this season. Born this spring. That one there. On the right.
Come on.
That's a little lamb. Yeah, sorry, it's the video is kind of stopping and starting there a little bit, but it's really shaky. But they really like it when you scratch on their neck and on their chest, their neck, and the front of their neck there. They really like that because they can't reach that with their mouth. They don't. It's hard for them to scratch that area, so they really like that scratched. All right. So that's that one. So, all right, we got a few more here. Yeah, you know what? I kind of messed up on the video here. I'm sorry, it's a little jerky. Because I think what I should do is I should have pre-processed these videos to make them, a little bit smaller or lower res or something, so my computer could handle. I got a 10-year-old computer here, and it takes a little bit of tender loving care to get this computer to do stuff right. Let's see. These are some more videos of the sheep. Yeah, a little herky-jerky there. I'm going to try something here. I don't know if this will work. Try to shrink this down. What does that look like? Did that work? No, that didn't work. Shit. Sorry. Let me try harder. Did that work? There we go. All right, maybe it's handheld, so it's going to be jerky. But I shrunk it down a little bit, so maybe it won't start and stop like that so much. Here's this one just following me. I'm walking right out to the field, and they just kept following me. That's funny. All right. What else we got here? All right. Here's me picking a tomato in the garden. Or not. There we go. And I went to pick this tomato. I was going to use the shears on it, and the thing just broke right off. It was so ripe and ready to go. I didn't even need the shears. It just snapped right off the stem. So my tomatoes didn't grow very big, and they're kind of sickly this year. So yeah, they didn't. But I got a few, right? I got a few of them that I did. Oh, this is kind of an interesting one. I want you to listen to this and listen and hear if you can tell me what kind of animal this is. All right, I'm going to try harder here. That didn't work. All right. Did that work? There we go. All right, there's an animal that makes a noise in the background, and you listen to it and see if you can tell me what kind of animal it is. Here, I'm just trying to look at the this little bush here that I put the caterpillars in. But listen in the background. Did you hear that? That was that's a donkey. That's a donkey way off in the background. That's the noise they make. And they do that. They do make that noise at all different times of the day and night. Okay, there's that. You can see that caterpillar now. Kind of. All right. Okay. What else we got here? So I got more of the caterpillars being relocated. That's okay. This one here it's not going to look so cool visually, but the audio. This is a raven. There was a raven flying around out there, and he was making a call. They may have a specific call that they make when they're trying to find their mate or their buddy or their friend or whatever, their flock or whatever. they have a certain call that they do that's like, hey, where are you, you know? And this one was making that call, and he was flying around. He's so far away, I don't have telephoto on my thing, so it's kind of hard to see him. But he was flying around calling his mate, and his mate was way, way out there, like a mile away or something, and heard him and come flying in. And she was like way, way, much higher altitude. And anyway, it was kind of cool. They called each other and they found each other. And so let me play this. I'll try to, maybe I can zoom in here. Yeah, I'm going to try to zoom in here a little bit. There's a zoom facility on here. It won't be that good, but it might be better than, you know. All right, let's see here. Oh, this is rough. Let's see here. Okay, I don't see where he is. But listen for the call. You should be able to hear the call way out there. There he is. See him? Right there. There he is right there. That's a raven. And he's kind of low. You know, he's maybe, 100, 200 feet up or whatever. And he was flying in circles calling for his mate. And then his mate flew over. But she was way up there. She was a lot higher altitude. And flew over the top of him and then ended up diving down. And they played for a little bit and then they flew away. So let me see if I can get this here. I've got the audio turned all the way up here, so. See in there? I guess you can't hear him. He was calling to her, but you can't hear him. And now he flew into the sun, so but his mate is way up here somewhere. I tried to block the sun with my hand, didn't work. But anyway, so that was. It's more of a storytelling thing than a video. The video didn't come out too well. But it was a fun little story, something that happened. Just something, another thing that happened around here. Oh, this is an interesting looking caterpillar that I found just crawling through the grass. It's a black and white caterpillar. It looks like a you're probably familiar with woolly bear. They call them woolly bear caterpillars, but this one's black and white. And I don't know what kind of species it is. I was going to look it up. Let's try to get a good close-up of them there. I think I'll do. Let me. I'm gonna do a screen grab of that and see if I can find out if somewhere online they can figure out what kind of animal that is. Alright. Make my browser come on. There's Google. We'll do an image search. Oh, I guess I should shut this off. I'm gonna search for that little guy. So there's the image grab. I just grabbed him. Oh, now Google's telling me to crop it some more. Okay, I'll do that. Look at it, and I found it. There's Google found some images that are like it. Venomous white cassock caterpillar. Oh, great. Venomous. Look at that. You see that? Yeah. Hickory tussock. White cassock. Hickory tussock. Which? Now I'm not sure which one. I think it looks more like this, right? Hickory tussock. This one says venomous. That's Facebook, though. You know, it's not exactly an academic source there, but Facebook, Reddit. Look, they're calling it hickory tussock. So let's look up hickory tussock. Hickory. Oh shit. Hickory tussock. Oh, here it is. Is that it? Okay, I gotta let me scan this article and see this is what we're looking at. So there it is. That looks kind of like what I had, right? Doesn't it? Let's look at it again. That looks like like the thing, right? But this one on Wikipedia here looks like it's more of a. It's got. This is not, this line on the back is not just a straight line. So I don't know. Let's see what they say about identifying it here. Okay, distributed other species. Okay, let's see where it says. The species is widely distributed in the eastern half of Northern America. Well, that's where I am. So, it says, but despite anecdotal claims that this species may also be venomous, no venom has yet been isolated or identified. As for adverse reactions are characterized by irritant contact dermatitis. Okay, so I guess that's a good thing I didn't pick them up. I just let them go. And let's see if they've got a see all. No, they don't have any other ones in there. So that's probably what it is. Yeah, hickory tussock. Mississippi, that's not where we are. Okay, that's got everybody's saying that that's what it is. I don't know. Trying to find some more reliable sources here. But okay, that's probably what it is. So kind of interesting, I guess. So that guy was crawling. I mean, he was moving really fast, as you can see here. He was really moving across this grass here, really fast. Look at him. He was busy just trying to. This is actual speed here. This isn't speeded up or anything. This is just how fast that guy was moving. Really had, you know, the caterpillar had some place to be. You know, got places to go. Maybe people, other caterpillars to meet or something. I don't know what he's doing there. Let's see what we got. Oh, this one is really cool. This is a beetle on my front porch who was just walking around. He's pretty big. He's about twice as big as that other one that I showed earlier. Look at that guy walking around. That's pretty big. He's an inch or two. He's just walking around on my front porch. But see that shade? It's kind of a distinctive shape, you know. Looks kind of like a Cybertruck. A little bit. Doesn't it? Doesn't it? Doesn't it look like a Cybertruck kind of? What could I think? I don't know. Another bug looked like he had somewhere to go. You know, or else he was scared. Maybe I was scaring him. I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. All right, that's it, I guess, for my IRL. Yeah, some of those are kind of boring, I guess, a lot of them. Raven. Let's see what else I got here. Donkey. Made a donkey sound. Jumping spider. Yep, that's it. Okay. Those were some IRL videos that I had there. I got my Appalachian Trail video. I've got a new Appalachian Trail video, which I don't think I've shown yet. That's this one. Or no, wait, shit, this is part 2. Wait a second, hang on a second. Yeah. No. Anyway, I don't want to play that whole thing. It's quite long. I'll just show you a little bit of it, just so you can see. It's basically walking around on the Appalachian Trail. You know, shooting videos here. Oh, here's somebody walking by. Yeah, I think I already showed this one. Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. All right, so that's just. I have a new. I went to another place on the Appalachian Trail and shot another video, but I guess I don't have that teed up here to play. Maybe one day I'll do that. I don't know. Do it as a IRL stream or something. I can't do like regular IRL around here because I live in New Hampshire. We don't have cell service a lot of places in New Hampshire, so it's, and I can't get a cell service hardly at all around here. I got to walk, you know, half mile or a mile to get a cell signal, so it's kind of hard. And on the Appalachian Trail, you can't really get a cell signal out there, so kind of stuck, you know, with what we got. Let's see. I wanted to talk about. Let's see. I want to talk about. There were some things that I talked about before. So I guess we're done with the IRL portion and the animal portion and the caterpillar portion and the food portion and the garden portion of the stream. But there was some news stuff that I wanted to talk about. A couple streams ago, or last stream, or a couple streams ago, there was something that happened that was kind of important, and I mentioned it, and I wanted to follow up on that a little bit. You probably heard in the news that a bunch of Russian drones went into Poland. A whole bunch of them kind of flew into their airspace and and NATO had to go out there and scramble and shoot them down and stuff. So that was a big deal, you know. And you know, NATO and the U.S. and all that kind of took that seriously, you know. And the response was, now it wasn't official, but it was pretty clear that's what was going on. The response was that the U.S. shot and blew up a small boat that was apparently had traveled from Venezuela off the coast of towards Florida, and was off the coast of Florida, and the U.S. military just blew it out of the water, you know, a bunch of people in it and everything. So that was the U.S. response to what Russia had done in Poland with those drones. And it's unsure if, you know, Russia is denying that they did that intentionally. And for somebody who just not thinking, they could say, well, how could that be an accident that Russia would send in hundreds of drones, you know, on a coordinated attack like that? But it actually is possible that their command and control could get hacked, and you know, these kind of attacks with these drones are like pre-programmed type things, right? They got a program. They're autonomous, or semi-autonomous, or semi-autonomous, and they're all coordinated and all that kind of stuff. And it's a pre-programmed type thing. These flight patterns, and when they do an attack like that, so it's possible, you know, that it could have been an accident or somebody hacking into their system, into their command and control to do that, which is really kind of scary. If it's just like some kid in their basement or something, you know, that's not good if they're able to do that. But most likely it was Russia, you know, making a statement and probing our tactical and strategic response to them doing that, and then denying, you know, saying it was an accident. So the U.S. response was to blow up this boat. They said it was a drug boat, but whatever. It was a boat from Venezuela, and the point of that message of blowing up that boat was to say to Putin, hey, if you do this again, if you try to attack a NATO country like that again, the U.S. is going to go after Venezuela and take Venezuela from Russia. Is kind of like they call it an alliance, but it's, you know, it's an asymmetric alliance, right? Russia is more or less has the thumb over Venezuela now. They've got troops in there and everything else. So our response of sinking that boat was saying, hey, you know, we can use the pretense of drug trade and going after drug trade to attack Venezuela and take Venezuela back from you, which is, it's kind of a you know, Monroe Doctrine type of thing. It's you know, but with the guy we got in here now, you know, and of course South America, who knows, you know, anyway, it's very complicated. But it was a message to Putin, saying to Putin, hey, you try that again, you know, big attack like that again, and we'll just frickin' attack Venezuela and mess you up there and take it back or disrupt it or whatever, you know. And it's kind of critical to Russia right now because they're having trouble with their oil trade, right? We got a bunch of sanctions on them, and you know, they can use their relationship with Venezuela and everything else to try to get around that. And so that was our response. And so the thing was, after that, and I reported on that a couple streams ago, and that was the point. That was where it had been left off. And then it was like, okay, what's Russia going to do now? What's their move? You know, and their move was to send 4 fighter jets and fly them into the airspace of Estonia, which is one of the Baltic states up there. You got Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, which used to be part of the Soviet Union, kind of like satellites, and after the breakup of the Soviet Union, and they got their independence, and then they became part of NATO, and so now, but they're kind of new members of NATO, and so and they're small nations that don't have a whole, as much strategic importance to NATO countries and stuff like that. So if they are going to go after, if Russia is going to attack a NATO country, that might be ones that they might try, right? Because it would be like, NATO might say, well, what, should we use all our resources to protect them, blah blah blah, and I'm sure we would. I think NATO would. I don't think there'd be any issue with that. I think if Russia attacked any of the Baltic states, that NATO would respond, and we'd be in World War III, basically. Anyway, so their response to the U.S. blowing up the Venezuelan boat was to send 4 fighter jets into Estonian airspace. Now you think, oh, that's escalating, right? It wasn't. That was de-escalating. They were de-escalating the situation strategically. They were de-escalating because that's something that they kind of do on a regular basis, actually. Every once in a while they will fly, usually it's one jet, they'll just fly a jet into Estonia just to kind of probe defenses, to probe tactical responses and stuff like that. This was different. They flew 4 fighter jets instead of 1. So it was a little bit more than they usually do, but I think it was seen as de-escalatory because it's something that they have done before, is to fly jets in there. So they're ratcheting it down. That's what happens when 2 big countries get into a spat like that. Normally they don't want to get into World War III. It's something you want to avoid. Getting into World War III. So they try to ratchet down. When it gets really like that attack on Poland, man, that was a big deal, right? That was hot. That was a big deal. So, and the U.S. response was hot. That was a big deal. So this was kind of a ratcheting down, and I don't know if U.S. is probably just going to ignore, maybe issue a statement or something or whatever. Or NATO will issue a statement that says, bad Russia, don't do that anymore or whatever. And then so we've ratcheted out of this, potentially going into World War III. So anyway, I wanted to follow up on that because I had left it at the point where they had gone. U.S. had bombed that Venezuelan boat, and we didn't know what was going to happen, and so Russia did this other thing and ratcheted it down. So we avoided World War III, at least for the moment, on that part of it. But we still, of course, Ukraine is still has heated up and everything else. So it's a lot of people are dying, and it's not good. So I want to talk about that. What else did I want to talk about here? Let's see if I had it. Did I? No, I guess that was it. We can look and see what's going on. Let me type in news and see what Google's got going on in news here. All right. All right, it's still giving me. For some reason, it was trying to follow up on the caterpillar thing. All right, let's see what it says here. Don't allow. Okay, U.S. government lurches towards shutdown. Okay, who cares about that, right? You guys know about how shutdowns work right now. It's something that's been going on now for over a decade or two. And it's just kabuki theater mostly. To do the budget, they need 2/3, right? So that's hard to get. And you try to negotiate the budget for this projects that that different congressmen want, and the congressman, it's not the congressman, it's the people who bribe the congressman, and they use this time here, this high profile time, where it's reported, we're going to have a shutdown, blah blah blah, are they going to be able to come to an agreement and all this kind of stuff. These one to draw attention from other more important stuff. Okay, 2, during this time they are talking to all the lobbyists and shaking them down for more money, more bribes. So that's what's going on here. And when they go into the shutdown, everybody says, "Oh, the poor workers, they don't get paid, they get blah blah blah." But it's set up so that when the shutdown is over, all the employees get their money back, and I think they get extra pay too. I'm not sure how that works, but they get time off, right, during the shutdown, so they can take a vacation or whatever, and they're still getting paid, and they don't have to use their vacation money and everything else. So it's not, certainly everybody in government likes it, and they got it set up so that most of the function that needs to be done is they call it essential. So those workers are working anyway. So it's kind of stupid, but they do this all the time now, and it's become like a regular thing. It used to be like a breakdown of the normal process, and there's, I don't like it gets me angry to talk about what they do here. Let's see what else we got in news. Lecture military leaders. Yeah, I don't listen to what Trump and all those other guys say. I know they spoke at some military thing or whatever. I don't even pay attention to what they say anymore. I don't watch it. I don't even listen to it. I don't respond to it. I don't care. What I care is what they do. And I know he sent some troops into Portland. That's something. I paid attention to that. He sent troops into Portland. So that's a big deal. And the governor of Oregon, I think it was the governor of Oregon today, issued a speech, and I listened to him, and he flat out just said, we're in a authoritarian regime now, because we've got the president of the United States who is sending troops, U.S. troops, into American cities, which is illegal, by the way, to go after his political enemies or his political adversaries a year out from the election, to try to take out people and disrupt the campaign cycle, so he can get so his buddies in Congress can get reelected, and so that he can hang on to Congress. That's authoritarian, right? If an authoritarian sends U.S. troops into a place to mess up the election, that's authoritarianism. We don't have a democracy. We don't have democracy anymore. So that sucks, and I think we should respond appropriately. If they're sending troops in, they keep talking about political violence and all that. That's political violence. Okay, sending troops into Portland, that's political violence. Blowing up that Venezuelan boat. That's political violence. You know. So when you hear him saying, "Oh, we shouldn't do political violence," yeah, we shouldn't do that. You know, when the CIA and the Department of Defense have assassinated 990 people in the last since 2003, when they changed it used to be illegal for the U.S. to assassinate people, and they changed the rule in 2003, and since then more than 990 people have been assassinated, including American citizens and other Americans throughout the world by the U.S. That's political violence. That is political. Those are political assassinations, political violence. So when you hear people talking about, "Oh, we shouldn't do political violence, these political assassinations are so bad, blah, 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 blah," you know, tell them, hey, what about the U.S.? The U.S. is doing that under the guise of, authority, Question authority. I typed that into a chat today. Question authority. Back in the 60s, 70s, the big revolution we had in the U.S. in the late 60s, early 70s. One of their bumper sticker themes was question authority, We should do that. We should question authority. We should be questioning it right now. More than questioning it, we have an illegitimate government who's authoritarian. So how do you respond to that? What do you do? For sure, you don't vote for any incumbent. This is 100% the fault of Congress at this point. They could stop this at any point. They could stop this tomorrow. And instead, they're, all the news agencies, everybody's talking about the government shutdown and the budget and all this kind of stuff. Meanwhile, we've slipped into authoritarianism, So, don't watch mainstream media, because they're not doing anything about it. They're not talking about it. They're not, trying to fix it. And don't vote for vote for any incumbent. Don't for any incumbent, anyone. I don't care, Bernie Sanders, anybody, because any of them can stop this, can force the issue, can make it happen, if they want to. If they actually believed in our core values, they would stop this, but they're not. So blame Congress, blame Congress, blame Congress. They're the ones who are responsible for this. Blame Congress. Do not vote for any incumbents. Whether they got an R or D next to their names, do not vote for any incumbents in Congress, because it's Congress's fault. All right, let's see what else we got here for news. Drought. The drought worsens. Yeah, we've been having a drought here. I think I mentioned it earlier. I've been having to hand water all my plants and stuff, but the other day we had a big downpour. I got a couple of inches all at once, and it's just been messing me up in my garden. Let's see. Boater reports missing. Okay, delegation stands up against Trump attack on health care. Vermont High School. Okay, headlines. Okay. So I don't know what we've got in here. Reuters. I think have I gone through this? Let me see if there's anything new over here in Reuters. I don't like Reuters anymore. They're sucking up to Trump, so don't really like them anymore. Okay, they're responding to what they said. I don't care what they say. I care what they do. Okay. Okay, there's some immigrant thing. Quake in the Philippines. Deporting Iranians. I don't know. Riyadh to Silicon Valley. How EA became the jewel of Saudi Arabia's gaming vision. Does Pfizer does deal with Trump? Yeah, this is something. The U.S. is starting to take equity shares in companies now. The U.S. they did it with Intel, and now I don't know. It looks like they're doing it with Pfizer, maybe. I don't know. I got to read that article. I don't know what the details are. But the U.S. is taking equity shares in companies now. That's different. You know what they call that? When the government owns the means of production. You've probably heard of that before, right? Yeah, we got a commie for president. They're taking ownership of companies now. So how about that? Huh? What do you think about that, Mega? You know? Damn. All right, let's see here. Trump hard. Italy to end support for Gaza flotilla. Okay, I don't know what the hell that is. Some protest. That's they're protesting Gaza. Hamas under pressure. Deadline. Okay. Nobody cares about what Trump says about a deadline. It's bullshit. He's, Tony Blair's return to Middle East diplomacy reopens old wounds. Right, as Trump landed. Okay, I don't care. Pope Leo criticizes inhumane treatment of immigrants in U.S. So the Pope is actually weighing in on the autocracy in the U.S. So that's something. Okay, so we got a whole bunch of... Okay, economics. Moderate U.S. job openings, weak hiring underscore labor market. Yeah, that's another one thing that they're not talking about too much in the news. It's buried down here. It's not in a headline anymore, but we've got the economy's crashing, right? The jobs are going away. And I mean, who could have seen that coming, right? We know about AI, the generative AI, the LLMs for 2 years now. Gee, who could have seen that people would be getting laid off and AI would be doing their job? Gee, who could have foresaw something like that? Duh, it's happening. It was happening over a year ago. It was happening. They were laying people off for AI. So there you go. The politicians are clueless. They don't know what's going on. They're going to, 5 years from now, they're going to propose some languid policy or something to address it. Meanwhile, people will be starving in the streets, and hopefully we'll have a revolution. Let's see. Fed's cautions against aggressive rate cuts. Yeah, that's another thing. They're, if they keep cutting, that's on the economy. Historically, the way it works is that the Fed will adjust their policies to make more money or less money available. There's a technical way they do that I won't get into, but they make more money or less money available. The more money they make available, it's a supply and demand thing. There's a more supply of money. So money for banks that lend money. Money is the product. If there's more product, more supply versus demand, then the price will go down, which means interest rates on the price of money is interest rates. So banks, when there's more money made available by the Fed, interest rates go down. And what the Fed does is they try to make the money available to try to adjust the market so that it hits a target rate. They call it a target interest rate. And that's what you hear when you say, oh, the Fed is lowering interest rates. What they're doing is they're making more money available. And they call it a target rate. They don't actually set the rate. They decide how much money to put out in the market that will make that rate happen. It's a target rate. And when interest rates come down, It makes it easier for businesses to borrow money. And the more money that businesses can borrow, the more businesses can do stuff, can do business, you know. The more they can buy things and hire people and blah, blah, blah. And that, so that on a macro scale, that makes the economy go more. It makes more transactions, hire more people, more, you know, it makes the economy hotter, you know, makes it heat, makes it more, things happen more. The problem is that when things happen more like that and they hire more people, it causes inflation, because if they're hiring more people and opening up more jobs, that means that potential employees have more choice of jobs that they can select from, and they can demand higher wages, you know, for their labor, and that drives up costs, and which drives up the price of things. And also another driver for the price of things is that when there's more stuff going on, more economy, you know, the more people have more money, they spend more money, more demand for products, prices go up. So it causes more inflation. And of course we have these stupid tariffs that are completely illegal, but that has hugely driven inflation. That's why when you go to the store and you try to buy stuff, you're paying twice as much you did last year or the year before, or whatever. That's mostly the tariffs. But if they keep doing this, if the Fed keeps doing these accommodative policies and putting more money into the system and lowering interest rates, that heats up the economy and also causes inflation. And so this article here, I don't even have to read it. I know I just told you what's going on. One of the guys is cautioning against rate cuts. You know, putting more money out there to lower interest rates, because that will drive inflation. And that's kind of they call it a dual mandate for the Fed. Their dual mandate is, one, to control inflation. They don't like inflation to happen too much. Wealthy people don't like inflation. People who have money don't like inflation because their money is worth less when there's more inflation, right? So, and the Fed responds to what wealthy people want, obviously. So, wealthy people don't like inflation. So that's one of their mandates, is to try to keep inflation under control. And the way they do that is they don't put as much money out. They take money in from the system instead, and that helps to reduce inflation. But when they do that, then that reduces economic activity, and reducing economic activity reduces employment, number of jobs available. So their dual mandate is, one, to try to get full employment on the one hand. On the other hand is to try to keep interest down, or inflation down. And those two things are kind of at odds to each other, and so that the Fed is always constantly trying to balance those things. And that's so one of the guys is saying, hey, you know, don't heat up the economy too much, because we already got problems with inflation. All right, so here's let's see if we got other articles here. U.S. judge rejects bid. Oh, Sean Diddy, don't give a fuck about that. Let's see. Amazon defeats bias lawsuit by black worker placed on an improvement plan. I don't know what that is. Let's see. Taiwan will not agree to 50-50 chip production deal with U.S. Ah, that's interesting. I don't know anything about that. But that's the U.S. again, trying to get into the control the means of production, or own the means of production. Hollywood Performers Union condemns AI-generated actress. Yeah, that's a thing. Well, let me play that. That would be something. Let me see if there's anything else here, but we'll go back to that. AI-generated content. That's a big deal right now. EU leaders to discuss drone wall in Denmark. Okay, Spirit Airlines. Okay, what else we got here? Okay, just filler. All right, so let me play a video here. OpenAI today announced Sori 2. Sori is a generative AI program that where you can type in a prompt. You know how like you type in a prompt to ChatGPT, you know. You type in a prompt, but instead of getting text back, you get a video. So you can type in, you know, make me a video that does XYZ, and it'll produce that video for you. So they announced their new thing and did a video and put out a YouTube video here about their announcement. So let me cue that up here and see if I can play that for us here. Let's see. Browser window, VLC. All right. Did that do it? Did that get us onto the video? No. How about that? Did that do it? There we go. Okay. All right, so I'll play this video. I might skip over parts or something, but mainly I want to play some of the video that this Sora 2 is able to produce, because it is quite amazing. Back this up here. Okay, ready? Here we go. Are we? Let me look and see where we're at on the on ads. I blew through a couple ads there. Sorry. All right, 13 minutes. Okay, we got plenty of time here. So I'm just going to go ahead and play this guy here.
By the all-new Sora 2. It's the most powerful imagination engine ever built. And it's packed with new features. I'll pass it to Bill for more details.
Now every video comes with sound.
Sora 2 is also the state-of-the-art for motion, physics IQ, and body mechanics, marking a giant leap forward in realism.
And we're introducing Cameo, giving you the power to step into any world or scene and letting your friends cast you in theirs.
On the path to AGI, the gains aren't just about productivity. It's about creating new possibilities.
It's also about creativity and joy. 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's why we're launching Sora 2 inside the Sora app, allowing everyone to push the limits of their imagination and create in ways we never thought possible.
That's Sora 2. All those videos there were all generated by the AI. Totally, you know. They just typed in text that said, I want a dragon that's flying and put me on top of the dragon, blah, 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 or whatever, you know. And it produced all that video. And it looks a lot better than I'm streaming this content at 720, and my computer is breathing really hard, so it's kind of herky-jerky, and it doesn't do it justice, really. It's, you know, they're doing full HD stuff, you know. maybe 4K. I don't know. I don't know what it's capable of. But that's pretty cool stuff, you know, to be able to do that. Anyway, these guys here. This guy here on the right is the main lead guy for Sorry, and this guy is the product guy for Sorry, and this guy is the engineering guy for Sorry. So, and then they talk about it a little bit here in different. Mainly, what they're talking about here is the physics, how it's able to do.
Welcome back to reality.
Physical stuff.
I'm Bill. I'm the head of Sora.
I'm Rohan. I lead the Sora product team.
I'm Thomas. I lead Sora engineering.
Back in February 2024, we introduced Sora 1. We really view that internally as being the GPT-1 moment for video generation.
So they give their pitch here. I'm not gonna. It's kind of, you know, they talk about it a little bit. One of the things that they're doing here is they're trying to package this whole thing into a network. You know, instead of just putting this product out here that can do this thing, they're tying it into apps that are online apps, you know, and tying those apps into a network. Basically a social media type thing. So they're making a move into social media with this product, which is going to threaten, going to get the attention at least of YouTube and Twitch, I would imagine. Maybe not so much Twitch, but YouTube, and maybe it's a whole nother space here. I don't know. Maybe it will develop into a whole nother social media space. I'm not sure how they're going to play this. But that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to take this product and not only come out with this cool product that can make videos just by typing text, make it very, very easy to create content, but they're rolling out a social media platform along with it. So that's interesting. We'll see how well that goes. I think it'll be kind of a challenge for them to do that. It's not their bag, They're AI and engineers and tech guys and blah blah blah. So social media is kind of a whole nother thing to be able to do to create. It's hard to launch a social media platform. Very, very hard, because when you try to do it, when you roll it out, even if you have a lot of money and you got people and everything else, a lot of competition out there, who have a lot of money and can pay people to come and sabotage your social media platform, which is why a lot of new social media platforms are real heavy-handed on their moderation and stuff like that. They're trying to fight off that, those attacks. Anyway, so that's something they're doing here. I'll skip through some of that, or maybe I'll play something. We'll see. I'll play off and on little sections of this so you can hear it, but I got to cut my mic to do it.
The 100x or the 1000x is suddenly the 2x dog, but if you have no revenue, you can say you're pre-revenue.
The app is indeed pre-revenue. So there's a couple of cool things to note here. So this is an example of the cameo feature I was talking about before, but actually this is two cameos in one. So this is me talking with Sam in the same scene. And you'll notice lots of little details here that make these videos feel really realistic. These little shot changes back and forth, the natural gestures and facial expressions on both me and Sam's face, the natural lip sync that really captures the dialogue accurately. All of this is brand new in Sora 2.
All right, let's keep going.
Okay, watch this. I'm gonna turn the lights off. Whoa, wait a second. Why am I a cartoon? That wasn't supposed to happen. The lights are still on. This is kind of cool though.
I really love this one. I think the dynamic range.
All right, so that's kind of cool. That seems like a little gimmick that folks would like to see in there. A little gimmick, to get people excited about it and sign up for it or whatever. They're not offering this for free as far as I know. I think this is a paid thing. I don't think they're offering a free account for this one. I don't really know, but I don't think so. There's too much demand for it.
Of Sora 2 is incredible. A lot of prior models out there seem to sort of collapse into a single aesthetic, and Sora has such a wide, diverse range, which is amazing. I can't wait for the creativity of the internet to have access to this. Let's keep going.
Back on the news again, the man from last month can't stop eating McDonald's ketchup straight from the dispenser. Look, it's not about the ketchup, it's about the experience. Health experts are concerned. Just back on the news again, the man from last month.
The air here feels alive, like a painting come to life. Every breeze carries a story. Stay close, and we might hear them. Let's see.
So this emojis or voice notes really.
You have a profile. You can follow other people that you're connected with. But all the.
All right, so they got this. They're rolling out this thing, and this guy is doing this.
Jump into the app.
When they first roll it out, they're going to have heavy moderation. They said they're going to moderate the thing so that it's heavily moderate. So there may be things that you type in that seem innocuous, but the AI is going to flag it as bad, not allowed. Their censorship. They're going to have heavy-handed censorship on the thing, and they're not going to allow X-rated at all. They said, but this one scene to me seems like it could be X-rated. I don't know. We'll see.
People will ask how much, and it will never be enough. The company that was the 100X or the 1000X
is me. Really.
Which is amazing. I can't wait.
It's back on the news again, the man from last month. Ketchup straight from the dispenser. Look, it's not about the ketchup, it's about the experience. Health experts are concerned. Just back on the news again, the man from last month.
The air here feels alive, like a painting come to life. Every breeze carries.
It's about the experience.
To have access to this. Let's keep going.
Doesn't that look X-rated?
Can't stop eating McDonald's ketchup.
Such a wide, diverse range, which is amazing. I can't wait for the creativity of the internet to have access to this. Let's keep going.
Back on the news again, the man from last month.
That looks X-rated to me.
Ketchup straight from the dispenser. Look, it's not about the ketchup, it's about the experience. Health experts are concerned. Just back on the news again, the man from last month.
The air here feels alive.
I don't know.
Like a painting come to life. Every breeze carries a story. Stay close, and we might hear them. Let's see.
So this cameo feature is really general, like I was saying. You can use it on humans, but you can also use it on pets. This is actually my real dog, Rocket, rendered in an anime style. As Rohan was saying, this is a really general model in terms of the stylistic range that it can produce. And it can cover anything from realism to anime and everything in between.
Awesome. I'm feeling inspired. I think we should run a generation. So at the bottom of the screen, you'll see this plus button. I'm going to click there, and we'll be dropped into our simple composer. Here you can describe any idea you have in any style, any scene, transcripts, all that kind of stuff, and you can get a video. You'll see this tray above, cameos, and you'll see me here, Rohan, all the way on the left, and some friends I have on the network here who've given me permission to cameo them. Let's run a generation with a cameo. Maybe someone most people know. Let's do Sam. Sam, what do you think?
He's got to be celebrating how well this live stream is
Celebrating
going right
how amazing this live stream is going. He's
screaming about it.
Pumping his fists.
Yeah, there we go.
And screaming. All right, we'll fire that off. Much like Sora 1, these generations can take a couple minutes. So while that's happening in the background, I'm going to walk you through our cameo feature in a little bit more detail. You're probably wondering, how do you set this up? What do the permissions look like? How do we keep this safe? So let's jump in here. It's my profile. I'm going to click Edit Cameo. In this screen, you'll see a number of Cameo settings. Before we jump into the settings, I want to talk about how you actually upload your Cameo. So I'm going to click Retake here. So in this flow,
all right, I'm going to skip through this. He's just getting into the details of this whole, of the app and all that. I don't.
Is new fragrance from Source.
Okay, here's the.
Yeah, exactly.
New
here's a video that they did.
Sora 2.
the new fragrance from Sora. Fresh, clean, and unapologetic.
No, I don't use perfume, but if it were Sora themed, I would consider it.
One of my favorite features of this app and this model, and I think something that is uniquely made possible with this technology, is the ability to immediately participate in a trend, in a storyline, in some lore that some creator is working on, a universe, via this remix feature. So I see this, I'm feeling inspired, I want to see my own variation of this. I can just click this remix button here. Pause that. I can click the remix button here and say, make this an ad. Make this an ad for, any ideas?
Top hat.
A top hat. For a top hat with giant feathers.
Nice.
Okay.
And boom, I'll fire off that generation. And Sora will go working on my contribution here. In the meantime, let's actually see other remixes of this perfume gem.
Sora 2, the new toothpaste from Sora. Fresh, clean, and unapologetic for whoever you choose to be. Sora 2, the smile of possibility.
Smile of possibility.
Sora 2, 소라가 선보이는 새로운 향수. 신선하고 깨끗하며 당당합니다. 네가 선택한 어떤 모습.
I don't speak Korean IRL, but in Sora, anything is possible.
Did you see that, what they're doing there? Let me back that up. So he just typed in this is all he typed in there. Make the ad Korean, and it changed the language, it changed the type, it completely redid the whole ad and made it Korean. This is so powerful. This is just incredible. Let me go back to this other one that he did a prompt on. Here. So he typed in, he had the base ad, right, for the perfume. And so he took that ad and he's making it amend. He's adding to it, right? And he says, make an ad for a top hat with giant feathers. So he's taking this guy, same thing, same ad, and he's saying, make it an ad right there. That's all he typed in. That's it. That's his prompt, is this right here. Make an ad for a top hat with giant feathers. And let me show you what that, later on they play it here. It takes it a couple minutes for it to load up. Let's see if they got it in here. Maybe not. I gotta find that ad. Sorry, I gotta live scrub this thing live here. That's gonna. Okay, I guess it takes several minutes, but they did it live while they were doing this thing. So, sort two. Let's see if they got the top hat ad in here. No, I don't know where the freaking top hat ad went. All right. Sorry for this
generated feed, but I've felt this
scrubbing this live here.
And Sora will go working on my contribution here. In the meantime, let's actually see other remixes of this perfume gem.
Sora 2, for whoever you choose.
All right. Okay, so they did this little ad here with the
doing a kickflip.
one of their
this
colleagues.
Is incredible physics. I haven't seen anything like this with any other video generation models. I've been trying to do this myself for about 20 years, still working on my kickflip. But yeah, just an incredible display of physics by the model here.
So you see that woman was not. She's right. She isn't actually skating there. They just took her image. This is one of their colleagues at the company, and her image in there, and they said make her skate on a skateboard, and it generated the whole thing. I mean, it's indistinguishable from an actual video, right?
Models. I've been trying to do this myself for about 20 years, still working on my.
Point for Rohan. Yes. I want to thank the haters for fueling me.
You can see my gold chain.
Okay, now him saying that that line, they actually see they typed it in here. I want to thank the haters. They typed that in as an actual prompt. So.
And if Thomas were to make a gen, he would unsuspectingly get a gold chain in there, which is
very fun.
The fun of this feature a little bit.
The dance off.
Ridiculous. And finally, really good rain.
Download the Sora app.
We'll tell you how soon.
Cool. Let's check on our generator.
So they, isn't that incredible what they can do? They just type in a sentence or two and it just generates this entire, lengthy clip with audio. That's new too. It does the audio, it does this thing. When it needs to put text, it'll put text up there in whatever language. I mean, it just blows me away, this thing, how far they've come.
They might still be going, but... Oh, we got Sam's.
All right.
Yes, this live stream is going so well. Let's go. Woo! I'm fired up. It's amazing. We're crushing it. Come on. Thank you all. Yeah. Woo! This is incredible.
All right, thanks, Sam. Thanks, Sam. All right, I think the other one's still generating, so while that's going, I'm going to hand it back to Thomas to talk a little bit.
All right, so they made that little video of Sam Altman, jumping up. That was all fake. They were just making fun of their boss there, I guess. They took image of their own boss and made him do funny things. So that's kind of funny. All right, let me go back here. Fuck, I think my mic may have been muted there. I'm not sure. But that video of Sam Altman with his pumping his hands and yelling and all that kind of stuff, he didn't actually do that, right? They just took his image and fed it into their story system and said, make a video with Sam Altman doing this and this stuff. So it's like they're making fun of their boss, making him do funny things,
Bit more about our philosophy on this app.
So, thanks, Ron. I want to admit that when we were initially on the idea, it's so easy to your feed. Do at that time.
I'm trying to skip through this and find, actual videos of the product.
We're also going to be heavily optimizing
talking
the feed
about it,
to encourage you to be creative, to inspire you in a way that's not.
Oh, here we go. Here's the top hat ad. Okay. Remember earlier they typed in that prompt that said make an ad with a top hat and a big feather? This is what it looks like. This is what they got. So I'll play that.
Awesome. I think our gen is done. Let's look at that.
The new top hat with giant feathers. Bold, elegant, and unapologetic for whoever you choose to be. Plume, the hat of possibility.
I would buy.
Plume.
Cool. Yeah, and I'll talk a little bit more about how we're sort of approaching.
All right. Did you notice that they that one that they generated live there? It only had just a few seconds of motion, and then they had stills. So, a little bit. I'm suspecting that if you wanted to do a full motion, like some of the videos that they had in the beginning there, it would take longer to gen that. So maybe, I don't know, maybe they gave it a time limit. I don't know. Maybe they got that done, generated it in just a couple minutes there by, I'm guessing, okay, by having stills, a lot of still images in that short little video clip that they did. That's my guess anyway.
Safety and moderation on this network. Obviously, like Thomas said, we've been pleasantly surprised internally. We were skeptics of just a purely AI-generated feed, but have felt this human connection. We felt like this was the best form factor, but we wanted to make sure we amplified the good of form factors like this and mitigated the bad that often comes with sort of short-form video. So there's a couple of things we have in place here. One is for U18s, we have a separate set of policies. For U18s, there's no infinite scroll by default. There'll be a stopping period with a cooldown pretty quickly in your experience. Even for adults, we'll nudge you sort of later on in your scrolling process. If you're, if we think you're in sort of a doom scroll up, we'll nudge you to creation, since we think that is like a fun thing and usually feels good on this app. Another thing that's really important is that we want this content to be clearly labeled AI generated when it's ever off our platform. So we have several provenance techniques. First and foremost, things are visibly watermarked when you export them off our app. So,
okay, this is the nanny stuff, right? This is the nanny features. Them getting in there and influencing the content that you're creating with their tool. That's what they're talking. That's basically what it is, right? Under the guise of safety. Oh, we're going to make it safe. What is it going to do? Blow up or something? It's safe. We're going to make it safe for you. It's a way for these big billionaires to get in there and control people's content and control what's going on. So that's what they're doing. And another thing is he says they're watermarking it, and one of them made a comment in here that he said it's going to be as if you own it. About the videos, he said it's going to be as if you own. It'd be like, what was it? He says it's like you own the content, or like you own the video. And no, wait. If you're generating something, who owns that? That's unclear. I don't know. Is OpenAI going to own these videos? Can anybody own them? That's a question. Last I heard, the courts were saying that anything generated by AI was public domain. You couldn't copyright it. So that's an issue, right? Who's gonna? Is everything in the public domain? They're using your own face in these videos. So there's personality rights. That's not covered by copyright. That's a different set of laws. So I'm sure that's still in there. I'm sure you have to own, you maintain ownership over your personality rights. I would hope. I hope there isn't anything in their little contract there that says that they take ownership of your personality rights. Do they? I don't know. So there are a lot of questions about the legal stuff on these videos, especially when they stick it in this big social platform they're trying to build. Who's going to own the content? Big question.
These things are floating around other networks. You'll see the Sora animation there. We also have some techniques internally to always trace back generations we see to Sora if we see things floating around the internet, and we have C2PA as well. And then we're working on top of all the amazing moderation that's come with Sora 1 and image gen. We have reasoning models under the hood that make sure it's very difficult to create harmful content on this network. Obviously, extremely important with the Cameo feature that no one can create X-rated or violent content, and that is the case with all the sort of guardrails we put in place, which is amazing. Obviously, we're starting a little conservative with our moderation here. You might see overblocking. We're sorry in advance.
Some good memes about that.
Yeah, people are memeing us internally for overblocking. So we're finding this balance, of user freedom and people who might be, trying to do bad things on network, and so we'll be working on that over time. Lastly, before I hand it back to Bill, I want to talk about a couple of other services that we'll be deploying Sora. One, Sora.com, our existing web app, will get this new model. There's a little bit of a facelift you'll see, but we'll also still have some awesome features like Storyboard launching soon that might come in a week or so that lets you really control, like shot by shot, how the model creates a scene. Like Bill mentioned, there's so much controllability and power in this model, and we really want to invest in amazing creator tools so you can create amazing content for our network. And we'll be launching an API in the coming weeks as well. There's a long tail of use cases where people can do amazing things where we might not want to build like fine-grained editing controls, but others might. People might want to integrate this into their own video editors, and now that's possible with Sora 2. Yeah, you want to talk about how we're rolling this out?
Yeah.
So that's cool. So I can't wait for that, right? There are so many videos that I don't make because it's a pain in the ass to run. I use Kden Live, which is, it's okay. I can do it. It's, it's easy to use. It's, wasn't that hard to learn, blah, blah, blah. But it's still time consuming and it's a pain in the ass to do editing. And most people say it's a pain in the ass to do any editing, because it is. Especially if you're the content creator, if you're the one who's, it's your vision or whatever. Editing is usually not it's tedious and it's a hard thing to do. This is going to change that, right? So imagine having an editor with all this power built into it, instead of having a bunch of hotkeys and mouse and timelines and putting cuts and cut and paste and all this shit while you're doing your editing. Imagine just saying, okay, here are some raw scenes that I have, and I would like you to fill them in with some B-roll of these certain things, of this and that and that and that, and put them in this order. I want this scene first, then this one, this one, and go. All right, and and maybe tell it, make them, make it dissolve when you think it's appropriate, or and I imagine there's a you can dial in how much control you want, as they were saying, So this is great for editors, and just content creators who want to produce content and don't like to do editing. So that'll be great for that. They'll put it into editors. But this is a temporary thing. That capability and that product and that whole thing is a kind of a temporary. All of this, of content creators creating content and using this as a tool, that's kind of a temporary thing. And I'll explain that in a little bit, where we're headed on that.
So today's the day. You'll be able to download the Sora iOS app in the App Store starting later this afternoon. We're starting only on iOS. The team is hard at work trying to get an Android version up and running, but bear with us. We're launching initially in the US and Canada, and we're doing an invite-based rollout. So like we've said, we think it's really important that you come into this app with your friends. This is really best experienced in a social way, almost as a new form of messaging. And so when you get off the waitlist, and you'll get notified of that when you download the app and get a push notification, then you'll get 4 invite codes automatically that you can use to give to your friends to make sure they come in with you. We're super excited for you guys to get your hands on these models. We started the Sora research program back in early 2023 to really build AI systems that deeply understand the physical world. We think that's going to be a paramount capability in order to get to truly generalist AGI. Along the way, we're training a lot of models that we think the world can have a great deal of fun with and can bring a lot of joy. So we're really excited to see what you'll ultimately create on this app. We'll see you guys on Sora.
Okay, so that was their rollout. They have a couple more videos here, which I'll show you. But let me see something. I got to do a little bit of maintenance here, just a little look here. Okay. Let's get back to this. All right, let me show you these videos here. These are kind of cute. They got a couple of little videos here that are kind of cute, and I'll play them here. they're just fun. There's videos. Now remember, all they're giving this thing, they're just typing in a sentence or two into it, and the AI is creating the whole video. Everything is all created by the AI. So let me show you that.
Ladies and gentlemen, triple axel with a cat pass the top. 1, 2, 3, spin!
花火、綺麗だね。でも僕たちは少しずつ離れていく。
Ready when you are. 3, 2, 1, go! Dude.
Well, those are indistinguishable from live, right? The one with the cat, you know that it's fake, right? Because it's probably not, right? That's an unrealistic thing, right? It's pretty funny, I think. And the cat jumps up again at the end. It was just funny. But this one with this guy on his surfboard here, that looks real.
3, 2, 1, go! Dude, you alright? I'm good.
I mean, did you see that whole thing? The movement of the board on the water and everything. It looks so freaking real, and it's all the physics that, like they were talking about, the physics is all worked into the whole thing. And when he landed on the surfboard, how it bent a little bit into the, I mean, it really is. I'm blown away by this product. This is really something else. This is one of those future shock moments, you know.
Steady. Damn it.
All right, so that's the new thing. So there is the way this is going to play out is you're going to have, as they said, they're going to have tools, and it's going to be they'll have this social network. I don't know. I think it's 50-50 or even less on their social platform, whether that's going to be successful or not. But certainly product will be out there, and the API will be available for editors. And it's just going to be easier for content creators to create content. And it will lower the bar. So people who are not currently making YouTube videos or creating shit, you know, because of the technical things, are going to be making stuff. You know, so it'll be easier. There'll be more people making content, which means there will be more content, and it will change the nature of content. It's a big deal, you know. But in the beginning, it's going to be, you know, writing prompts and, you know, for content editors that want more control, like they said, you know, saying which, you know, scene by scene and all that kind of stuff. That's how it's going to be at first for a couple years or something. But after that, let me show you what the comments I made. Let me see. Let me pull that up here. Comments. Here we go. All right, I got to do an OBS thing here to try to get it to load up my. I guess I use this one. There we go. Hey, look at that. So these are some of my comments on YouTube, and I made a couple comments on their video. Their video is here today, right? Went out there, OpenAI, and I made a comment, which I'm sure they've got thousands and thousands of them by now. I made a comment when they were just a couple hours into it, but I said, okay, this is a quote. Sora 8, please show me a rom-com about a screenwriter and a lighting director who are wrestling with disruptions to their careers while negotiating their blooming relationship. Begin the film when I get back with the popcorn. Okay, and I put this is a prompt from 2023. Right, 2023. Right, this is Sora 2 is what they're doing now. I said this is Sora 8 6 years from now, right? If they do one per year, it'd be Sora 8. But think about it, right? You could, once they got this thing wired and they've got the capability and the hardware, hardware is going to keep going up. And instead of taking, an hour to generate, or sounds like right now it's less than 1x. It's like maybe 0.5x or whatever. It takes twice as long to create the video as the length of the video right now, I'm guessing, or somewhere in that range, who knows. But, in the future, you'll be able to generate a 2-hour movie in a couple minutes, right? And do it from just a prompt like that. So imagine you're at home, right? You want to watch a movie instead of going to Netflix or who knows where, Amazon, Tubi, wherever you go to your streaming service to get your movie. Instead of doing that, you just type into this sorry thing. You say, sorry, make up a movie for me. It has these ABC in it. This thing, and the AI already knows your personal preferences and everything, what kind of stuff you like and what you don't like. Maybe it knows what mood you're in. You say, okay, I want to be happier right now. Make me a rom-com, about this thing. That's quite a change. That's what you call disruption. That eliminates everything. That eliminates everything from the screenwriter to the projectionist in the theater. Everybody in that whole frickin' chain is gone. They're wiped out, right? There's no screenwriter, there's no producer, there's no Hollywood, there's no actors, there's no production crew, no this, no editor, nothing, no theaters, right? It's that is huge disruption, and it's the same, right? It's across the board, right? For all these different industries, right? Is getting affected by the same thing. But this here is so big, it's so huge, and who knows what's going to happen? Hollywood is probably too traditional and too backward and too tied into incumbency type stuff to even visionize that. They won't even envision this. They can't see that, right? There might be a few people in there in Hollywood that can see that, but it's gonna sneak up on them, and they're gonna get barrel rolled, right? So why have Hollywood that controls the content and tries to brainwash you and gives you all this BS, when you can have an AI to do it for you, right? to brainwash you and feed you all this stuff. So it's gonna be amazing, right? Just AI. Hey, AI, make me a movie. You know what I like. I want a sci-fi today, but make it happy and make it kind of comedy, but but I want a realistic sci-fi. I don't want, space opera. Give me a real sci-fi, whatever whatever you want. But make it a rom-com too. Make sure there's a romantic part and whatever, and you can just specify all that you want in the thing. Or you could just give it a general thing, right? Give me a sci-fi story, something original, and surprise me, and it'll make a movie, and you can watch the movie, So that's, and then when you make your movies, if you get one that's really good that you really like, then share, here. Hey, everybody, look at this movie that I watched last night. Nobody has ever seen this movie before except me, but I liked it. Here it is. I recommend you watch it, And so where's Hollywood? Nowhere, man. They're gone. And I think a lot of people are going to be, thank God, get rid of frickin' Hollywood, because of all the racism and everything else, But then maybe racism is still an issue, because look at this other comment that I made here. Look at this comment. I made this after I made this comment about this future of generative video. I made another comment here. I said, "How come there are no black people featured in any of those videos? All those videos that they played in their demonstration and all that, there were no black people. There weren't black people in at all. I mean, there were. I saw two live black people in the whole thing that each got like maybe a half second each, and they were just like background, right? They weren't featured in the thing. So that was. It's still a problem. People aren't thinking about that, we got this colorblind society, but when they're colorblind, they don't see racism. They don't see racial bias. I won't call it racism. Racial bias, They're not thinking about that when they're doing it. And so that's kind of an issue. I don't know if I can, let me see if I can find some examples here. But I mean, the whole thing, right? It's, see if I can get that. Can you see that? No, I got more things I got to click here. There we go. All right, so here's two white people, right? And all of them are like that. They had that one, the product guy, the sorry product guy is, I think he's Sri Lankan. I think is where his ancestry is from. And he was in a couple of them, but that's it, man. It was.
And it's packed with new features. I'll pass it to Bill for more details.
They have a black woman here. Here, I'll play this little video clip here, and see if you can spot the black person. Whoops, shit. Let me get this going here.
And it's packed with new features. I'll pass it to Bill for more details.
All right, I'll play this little video clip here. Pay attention. See if you can see where the black person is in this scene.
Now every video comes with sound.
Did you see a black there? That was one black person they had. I don't know if you caught that or not. There was a woman off to the right side there who showed up for about maybe 400 milliseconds in the scene or whatever. Just a background person. All right, let me play another one here.
Sora 2 is also the state of...
All right. That's a white guy, right? So he's in there. And all of them. I mean, there were only a couple in here. That one that I showed you. This one here is a claymation video. And I think there's one claymation character who might be black. I'll play this, and you can look and see if you can identify the guy who's black in this one.
On the path to AGI, the gains aren't just about productivity.
It's about creating new possibilities.
It's also about creativity and joy. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Did you catch that? Did you see the black character there? It was this guy. Let's see if I can carefully back this up here. All right. There he is. That was it. You know, another one for maybe 300 milliseconds or so. And it was a claymation, so it's not even a real person. And he's playing a horn, which is a stereotype. That's a black stereotype, having a black person play a horn, you know. So what do you do? I don't know. Let me see if there's another one in here. I don't know if there are any. Oh, there was one. One person. Shit. All right. You see that? There was one woman there, again, for less than a second, who just is just a background, somebody in the audience there cheering or whatever, you know. All right, let me go through here some more. I got to scrub this a little bit more. All right. I think there may have been one more. I think that was it, actually. I don't know. And the rest of them were all white people. Here's another white guy. Well, what they're doing here is they're taking people in the company, particularly these three guys, you know, and a couple other people who are, you know, working at the company, and that's just what they, you know, who they used as their subjects for their videos. Yeah, otherwise I think it was all white people. So that's a problem, you know. It's a problem in Hollywood, and I don't, you know, I think, you know, these are younger people, and they're, you know, and hopefully, you know, if people say stuff about it and they're more conscious about it, then they won't do the same thing that Hollywood has done, you know, because these are the guys who are going to be doing it now, right? Hollywood's out, these guys are in, you know, not now, but 3 years from now, that's what it's going to be. You know, Hollywood is going to be on the scrap heap, and these guys are going to be running the show. They're going to be controlling the content, you know. So hopefully they'll have, they won't be colorblind, and they will recognize that they're missing something. You know, something's missing here. You know, it's just all white people. You know, we're the black people. So anyway, I put that comment in there. Hopefully they will. You know, we'll see that, and we'll do. You know, actually. Should I do that? This. My comment here, right? How come there are no black people featured in those videos, right? How come there are no black people featured in any of the videos? So there weren't black people. There weren't black people featured. There were just, as I said, milliseconds of back people in the background who were black, and that's it. So. Anyway, I commented on that. I thought it was a big deal that they didn't do that. So hopefully they fix that. All right. That scene that comes up there, that who let the dogs out? Here, I'll play that just so you can see that.
Let the dogs out! Let the dogs out! Let the dogs out!
That's one of my video pop-up things. I get,
That's what I said.
I've got this whole thing wired now, so I can put a bunch of stuff in there. But I thought that was the who let the dogs out pops up every once in a while because it's right next to the button that I push to switch scenes. And if I'm not careful, I hit that button, and then the next time I switch the scene, it comes up with who let the dogs out. So sometimes it's can be interesting. I don't know. Yeah. I have a whole bunch of these things in here. So hopefully you think it's funny.
Well, we have no sense of humor.
No, nobody has any sense of humor anymore. Okay. All right, I've been out here three hours. I thought I would get a raid after 3.5 hours, but nobody raided me. What time? It's almost midnight. I guess that's the problem. I was going to see who's out there. Try to do a long stream. Most of my streams are, an hour to 2 hours, or whatever. I don't really do very long streams usually. But this one's kind of unstructured and just wandering from thing to thing. I don't know. I can still go a little bit longer here. Oh, look, I got more people watching now. Anyway, we got more and more people. Okay, we got more people in here. Good. I'll read some more of my comments. That's what I'll do here. Did that show up? Yeah, there we go. All right, let me do a little bit of adjusting here. And I will read some more of my YouTube comments. There we go. All right. Let's see what we got here. Because these YouTube comments give me something to bounce off of or whatever, get me to start talking about something. Let's see here. These are ones that I've done in August, and I write them down in a separate in Mousepad also, as well as when I'm posting them on YouTube, I type them into Mousepad, and I type them into YouTube also, because YouTube fucking censors half the shit that I put out there, and they do it in a way that you type in your comment, and it's gone. You go back and it's gone. It's not there. You go into your here's my history of comments. It's gone. It doesn't exist anymore. So I gotta type when I do my comments on YouTube. I gotta type them into the word processor, my little mouse pad first, and into YouTube. That way, at least I have a record of what I've typed in there, and I can go back and say, okay, this is the kind of stuff that they don't want, that they've been censoring. So, all right, let me go through some of these comments here just for fun, just to see what we got. Some of this might be technical. I don't know what people want to hear. Oh, here's one about Trump. Okay. Okay, here's the one. I normally don't watch mainstream media, but just for fun, I looked at Colbert, what he was saying about this censorship of was his name Jimmy Kimmel, and in the Colbert video there was a censored part. He said something, and they cut out the audience cheering about what he said in the video. So they're talking about censorship, but they were editing and censoring the video of Colbert talking about censorship. It's kind of funny. Welcome, Heroom's here in chat. I've got, for those of you watching on the video on a VOD somewhere, this is a live broadcast, and they have a chat facility here. Eroom says, I'm here playing with Legos. Hi, Eroom. How are you? Thank you for joining me in chat here. This has been a very long stream. I've talked about a bunch of stuff. As you can see by the title of the video, I started out talking about caterpillars that have been invading my garden, and one of them showed up in my kitchen. He hitchhiked on a tomato that I brought in. So I was talking about that, and I have one in the corner here that I was doing a show and tell, showing them. So you might want to check out the VOD. This huge, huge, gigantic caterpillar. So he was a star in the show today, earlier. Now I'm going through my comments, my YouTube comments. Let's see what this one is. Okay, here's one that I was talking about. They were talking about oppression in North Korea. And the woman who was talking about oppression in North Korea was eating a steak. And I thought that was kind of ironic that she was talking about oppression. And, in my opinion, the most oppressed group on the planet are animals. They're the ones who are the most oppressed. But people, they're so oppressed that people don't even think that they are even worthy of consideration in the concept, in the realm of oppression. It's anyway. People will react to that and say, "Well, you're comparing people to animals and blah blah blah." The reason people say that is because they don't think of animals as being worthy of moral consideration. In the way that people are. Let's see. This is. Here's a comment that I made about. This guy's a big streamer. Diary of a CEO is he's got millions of viewers and stuff. And he presented he had a guy or a guest or an interviewee or whatever. I forget exactly what it was. But this guy was talking about AI taking over and robots taking over, which has been around forever. And I mentioned that. You had Frankenstein in 1818. That was the beginning of talking about our creations taking over or harming us or whatever. And Moxon's Master was a short story that I read a month or so ago on stream. I read this story. It was written in 1894. And it's about a robot that takes over. So they were writing about this in 1894. They were writing about robots taking over. RUR, some of you may have heard of that. That was a kind of a communist or socialist type film. It was made in 1920 during the Progressive Era. And it was about robots taking the jobs of people, You're talking about that in 1920. Asimov has written about it. HAL 9000. So anyway, this Diary of the CEO had this guy on, Roman, I don't know who was this guy. I can't pronounce his last name. But he was talking about robots or, technology taking over or whatever. It's like, hey, hello. We've been talking about that for a long time. Let's see. Angela Collier. I don't know if any of you know her. She's a kind of a newish YouTube streamer who is growing rapidly. She's got like 30,000 views or something now, typically, or whatever. She did a review of Contact. Part 2. I don't know why I put part 2 in there. But she did a review of Contact. Let me show you that here. She did a review of Contact, and she's a woman, right? Woman, so her perspective was, and this movie was made in the 90s, so it had it's still male-centric and had different sensibilities and stuff. 30 years ago, 20, 30 years ago. And she was commenting on that. And I commented on hers because I reviewed this film also. And I kind of explained, I said attitudes about gender and religion were so much different 45 years ago. 45 years ago, I guess. Oh, that's when he wrote it. Right, that's when Carl Sagan wrote the thing. And then it finally got made into a film later on. But 45 years ago, it was much different. And I said the Equal Rights Amendment failed. Can you imagine? We had an amendment to the Constitution that was proposed called the Equal Rights Amendment. And all it said was men and women got to be treated equally. Right? That's basically all the amendment said. And it failed. People voted that down back then. And I said it was a real big deal to have a woman as a lead character in a novel or a film as a scientist. That was rare back then. And so I said it's not surprising that the film seems sexist. So in its time, Contact was very progressive on gender. But when you compare it today, it's called presentism is the word that they use. Presentism is when you use today's mores and values to evaluate something that happened in the past. And when you do that, everything looks backward in the past, right? And it's like that with race, with gender, with all kinds of different issues and stuff. Also on atheism and religion. Back in those days, in the 70s, anybody who came out as atheist was like, they could lose their job. It was very, hardly anybody, if they thought they were atheist or not, hardly anybody said it out loud that they were atheists back then. And I said Sagan got a lot of flack for his atheism, and prayer in school was a big deal, and it was completely different back then. And 95%, she made a comment in her video about percentage of people who believe in God. In the film, there's a character who says 95% of people believe in God, so we should send somebody to go talk to the aliens who believes in God, right? That was one of the characters who said that. And she commented that and said, no, she said 95% people believe in God. I don't think that's true. She says, I don't think that was true back then. But it was true back then. When you look at the percentage, at least people who profess to believe in God, right? As I said, people said they believed in God whether they did or not, because it was, socially unacceptable to be atheist back then. So, and I said, yes, 95% of Americans said they believed in God back then. People faced significant discrimination if they didn't profess a belief in God. No politician could get elected if they didn't mention God in their speeches. I don't know if you're old enough to remember that. Everybody back then always said, God bless America or whatever. They always tried to get religion and God into whatever speech they were doing. And I just said, I talked about her. I thought she had presentism in her thing. Okay, this one's kind of technical, talking about space-time. You can read that if you want. It's on the screen there if you want to read it. Another technical one. Another technical one. a lot of physics stuff. I don't know if I want to get into that. I don't know. Based on my earlier content in the stream, probably don't have very many science people watching. I don't know. Okay, I said let's see. Star Talk, Science in Health, Wealth, and War, a social media op-ed. Okay, this is Neil deGrasse Tyson, who gave an opinion piece. He's been doing that a little bit more. Now he's being more outspoken, which is good. We should all be more outspoken about what's going on and everything right now before it's too late. You know, speak up now before you lose before you can't. You know what I'm saying? Now's the time to talk. Now's the time to speak out and you know, say stuff. Anyway, I said, well put. Unfortunately, our enemies are using what we've learned about neurology, psychology, and the brain to map and hijack our brains, the brains of some of our citizens, into thinking that science is the enemy. Well-reasoned presentations are virtually impotent to the kinds of brainwashing that's going on in this psyops battle. Good luck anyway. I'll always support good science. And I said, I'm not sure what's the best approach is to take about how science helps us. I know what that was. Okay, he in his op-ed he said he was saying, look at all the benefits of science, blah blah blah. You know, science gave us this, science gave us that, and some of the things that he said was, science makes it easier for us to kill people, to kill our enemies. You know, and I'm like, well, you know, maybe leave that one out of your argument. You know, Manhattan Project, blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you don't want to put that in your argument of all the advantages of science, is that science makes it easier for us to kill people. You know, yeah, I mean, he was trying to say, you know, it helps us defeat our enemies or whatever, you know, but anyway. And I was talking about this psyops. One of the things that science has done recently over the last decade or more is they have mapped the brain very well and learned more about how the brain works and like how people develop moral judgments, you know, how they decide what's right and wrong and how that whole mechanism works and everything. And they're manipulating that now. They're, you know, they can use drugs, they can use just psyop techniques that we've never had before. And I think that's part of what we're witnessing here. You know, when you go in the news and you see some of these politicians and people saying these things that are so damn wacky, and you're like saying, how the hell could they be, where's their brain, right? How could they be saying things like that? And I think what's happening, I suppose, is that, you know, the bad guys have learned how the brain works and is, for high value targets, they are, you know, mapping out how their brain thinks and how they work and blah, blah, blah. And they're making targeted psyop attacks to these people to get them to do these weird things and say these unusual stuff, you know. So I don't know what to do about that, but I think we need to be aware of it, you know. I haven't heard people talk about that, you know, very much. You know, people talk about how the brain works and stuff like that, but there aren't a lot of people talking about how what we have learned about the brain is being misused to develop psyop techniques to manipulate people and get them to do wacky stuff, you know. So let's see. Here's one. Sabina Hoffenstetter is a physics science communicator, and she talks about a bunch of different stuff. She was talking about the possibility that technology is going to make everybody talks about post-scarcity, right? The more and more technology and the more capabilities that we get, they're saying, oh, we're going to have post-scarcity, and then how are things, how's society going to be when we're post-scarcity? And I just made a comment. I said, if there's no more scarcity, why does my GPT-5 account keep telling me that, quote unquote, we can't, I keep getting these error messages that say, we can't process your request anymore on ChatGPT-5. We've run out of capability. You've run out of you have to wait until it's time, I don't know if those of you are using free accounts, but the thing you use GTP5 on your free account, and after a certain amount of time, it will say, "Sorry, we don't have enough resources to help you right now. You got to wait, or you can pay money and get upgrade or whatever." So it's there is no post scarcity. We've had scarcity. We've been in post scarcity for a long time now. We've had the technology and everything to give everybody all their needs taken care of. Everything. And the billionaires don't like that, because if everybody has what they need, then the billionaires can't control them, right? If you have everything you need without going to work or working only a couple hours or something like that, then the billionaires can't control you. They can't lead you around by the nose with their money, right? So they have artificial scarcity now. Housing. The banks, the billionaires, the banks bought up millions of homes during the financial crisis, where everybody had their homes foreclosed on, and they're just sitting on them. They're all vacant. So there's a scarcity of housing, and so a lot of people who are homeless and paying 2-3 times as much as rent as they were paying before, because they're creating artificial scarcity. And it's like that across the board. Here on Twitch, these little emotes, right? It doesn't take any extra processing, very little, to allow people to have as many emotes as they wanted in their channel, and people to use emotes and blah blah blah, right? It's artificially made scarce so that they could charge people to get extra. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like that all over. So people talk about post scarcity. We are post scarcity right now. We have the technology for everybody to have what they need. The only thing that's stopping it is the billionaires who want to keep controlling people. So they make things scarce, and then they say, "Oh, you want this? You want some more food? You want some more housing? You want some more health care? Then here, you got to come and do what we tell you to do, and we'll pay you some money so you can buy some health care." That's how the system is right now. Okay, that was kind of a rant, wasn't it? Let's see what else I got in here. All right, post scarcity. Okay, these are more technical stuff, details. Oh, here's somebody talking about, what was this about? Oh, there was some guy, this is an old video. Some guy had a video where he was trying to demonstrate how to use an N95 mask, or talking about, I forget exactly what it was. Maybe it was a particular brand he was looking at. I forget exactly what it was. But the guy had a beard, and you can't, here's my comment. I said, for your information, an N95 won't properly filter viruses if your face is not clean shaven. And in comments I said, but I'm pretty sure you already know about that. This guy, I'm sure this guy already knew about it. The guy who was doing the video. These masks here, this is an N95 mask. If you have a beard and you put a mask on like that, the hair on your face will not allow this part of the mask to make an airtight seal to your face. So when you breathe in and out, air comes through the sides of the mask when you have a beard. And if air can get in through the sides without going through the filter, it means that the viruses can get in that way. And it's just a small little amount. They did somebody actually tested it and figured out exactly how much leakage will reduce the effectiveness of this thing. It's a tiny little, it's 3 millimeters, 3 square millimeters, which is like less than the width of a hair around here. If you had less than the width of a hair around here that was open, it would be enough to reduce the efficiency of these things. So yeah, if you have a beard and the beard is in the areas where the mask is supposed to be against your skin, you know, these areas here, if you have facial hair there, the mask isn't going to work as well, and they'll just let the air in around the sides. And even if you're unshaven, if you just go like a couple days, it'll reduce the efficiency of these masks. Since I got this out here, I'll do my public service announcement. Should I do that? PSA? There we go. All right, we'll do my PSA. Yeah, the pandemic's still on, people. And last I looked at the CDC website, cases were heading up, and we're going into that season. And flu is also gonna go up. So you should be wearing your N95 mask. And an N95 mask is different than a cloth mask. Other masks don't work as well. In order to actually block the virus, it's got to be at least an N95. It says N95 on here. See that? I don't know if you can see that. It says N95. Let me zoom in here. See where it says N95 right here? It's got to say N95. It's got to say NIOSH in capital letters, NIOSH. And it has to have a number on here that begins with a T. A number. And that's an N95 mask. There are also N99 or N100 or P100. Those are all good respirators that you could use. Most people use N95, and that seems to be good enough for most situations. Just typical, like going to a store or something like that. If you're like, if there's somebody in your home that has COVID and they're bedridden and they're really sick and you're caring for them, then maybe you might want to get even better than N95 when you help them. You can get what's called an elastomeric respirator, one of those respirators that have the changeable filters on it, stuff like that. But yeah, whenever you're around people now, you should wear one of these masks, and the mask has to have these straps that go all the way around the back of your head. They have these masks that just have ear loops that go behind your ear. Those are not N95 masks. And they might not be as effective as an N95 mask because the N95 has a special filter. There are some areas of the world where they do make respirators like this that do have ear straps like that, but they may not fit right for all people. So you really should you got to get the one with the straps that go around the back of your head, especially in the United States. If it doesn't have straps that go all the way back around your head, it is not an N95 because they don't approve masks that do not have straps that go all the way back around your head. That's one of their criteria, for approving a mask to be labeled N95. And it has special filter in there. It doesn't filter like a sieve or something like that. Viruses are teeny tiny. They're very, very, very small. And the only way to filter them out properly is to use electrostatic filtering. Electrostatic filtering means there's the fibers in this mask material and the material inside here that filters it. It's a plastic that has a charge in it, like when you comb your hair and you get a static charge, and you comb your hair and it'll pick up little pieces of paper and stuff like that. Static electricity, that's what it uses to filter the viruses. The little particles, they're like 0.3 micron or smaller, tiny, just a tiny fraction of the width of a hair. You can't see them, obviously. They're teeny tiny. And when they come in, there are so many of these fibers that the particle has to go through, and they're charged particles. They just kind of suck in the particle, and it sticks to the material, and that's how it filters. It doesn't work like a sieve. Every once in a while, you hear somebody say, "Oh, well, it's too small. This virus is too small to filter because they do blah, blah, blah," you know, because they don't understand how electrostatic filters work. That's how an electrostatic filter works. Anyway, you got to wear these whenever you go out in public now, because you're multiple times more likely to die from not wearing a respirator and then like an N95 mask than you are to die from not wearing a seatbelt. It's more risky to go without this mask than it is to go without a seatbelt. So if you wear a seatbelt in your car, then you got to wear an N95 mask. You know, it's more. You know, if that's what your risk level is, if you won't accept the risk of driving around in a car without a seatbelt, then you should not accept the risk of going out in public without wearing an N95 mask, because it's much more riskier to go without this mask than it is to go without a seatbelt when you're driving. Okay, very important. And this works. It's not just COVID-19. This works against flu virus. It works against measles. It works against RSV. You know, common cold. All any respiratory virus. This thing will help keep you. You know, help keep you protected from getting. Okay, so that's my PSA. All right. There we go. Did it go away? Yeah, okay. Now I got my camera adjusted right again. Okay, so we're all set. All right, back to my silly comments here now. All right, where do I have that? Is this where I have that? There it is, okay. Let's see what else we got. Scarcity, quantum. Oh, this Paul Sutter. Paul Sutter is a small audience, you know, small reach or whatever, science communicator, and he was talking about the universe and all this stuff, and he was anyway, I made a kind of a funny comment here about, he kept talking about constants in the universe, physical constants, and I said the constants are perplexing, but the vowels, it's the vowels that give me more trouble, meaning, you know, saying constants instead of consonants, you know. Anyway, is a funny thing. Oh, here's one. This one was pretty biting and controversial comment that I made on Star Talk. I wonder if it's even up there still. But Neil deGrasse Tyson was talking about the space race, you know. And what he was trying to do on that, you know, they're cutting science, right? You got an idiot who's cutting back on science, and it's going to harm us for decades to come because we're not putting enough into science. And so Neil deGrasse Tyson was trying to use the strategy of like the Cold War, you know, space race type thing. Oh, the Russians are gonna beat us, you know, or the Chinese are going to beat us or whatever. So we need to keep funding science. And it's a controversial thing to say it that way, to put it that way, because it's confrontational, it's, you know, antagonistic internationally and all that kind of stuff. But he was trying to use that argument. You know, he's desperate, right? You want, you know, they're losing a bunch of money for science, and he's trying to help them get that going. So he said, what I did is I was upset that he was saying he was saying, good, U.S. good, so fund science so we can beat the bad guys, the Russian bad guys, or the Chinese bad guys, or whatever, right? And my comment was, no, we're not the good guys anymore. It has gotten so bad here that that we aren't the good guys anymore. That's what I was saying here. I need to adjust this here just a second here. All right. Let's see what that does. Does that fix that? Shit, no. Oh, I know what the problem is here. It just needs to be 0. I gotta actually type stuff in here to get this to go right. How's that look? Does that look okay? All right. So he was he was saying, okay, his idea was U.S. good, Russia bad. U.S. good, China bad. We're in a technology race with the Russians, and we're in a technology race with the Chinese, and we want the good U.S. to prevail in this whole thing. And my comment back to him was, no, we're not the good guys anymore. We're an autocracy. We've got, a guy a wannabe dictator who's using troops, sending troops into our cities to oppress people, and it's bad, right? We're the bad guys now. Our government is the bad guys. So we don't want. Oh, we've got something here. Oh shit! Look at this. I've got a raid. All right. How did that look? That's the first time we've done a live my raid alert. That was the first time I've ever done a raid alert. Welcome to the channel, Walking Stick Library. Welcome. Thank you for bringing your viewers here. I appreciate it. Thank you. Walking Stick Library was in the chat earlier today on about 4 hours ago on my stream. I appreciate the raid. Yes, thank you. That was you have the honor of being the first raider to trigger my raid alert. I've never been able to get the raid alert working because I was not affiliated, and then I got affiliated and it was too complicated or blah blah blah, and I finally got that raid alert to work. So that looked pretty good, I think. I'll have to check it out on a VOD, but it looked okay. I appreciate it. How was your stream? Was back from my own stream? Yeah, I know this is the longest stream I've ever done by far, almost 4.5 hours. What did you talk about in your stream? It went pretty well. Well, that's good. Yeah, right now I'm talking about my YouTube comments. What I do is whenever I make a YouTube comment, I type it into my word processor here, so I've got a record of what I type into YouTube, because YouTube deletes half the stuff that I type into it. Walking Stick says, we searched how sports gambling is ubiquitous and problematic. Oh, yeah. We also searched 2 Argentinian biologists who published an article that was a piece of crap. Yeah, there's quite a bit out there right now. People are complaining about that. I don't know. What's her name? Angela. What's her name again? I just talked about her earlier today. Angela Collier was dissing sci-com commentators who say bad things about the junk paper out there, the junk academic stuff that's out there, and she was kind of critical of them because, and it's a valid point, when when SciComm communicators are out there always saying, "Oh, look at this junk science, look at this junk science, blah blah blah," it confuses people. It confuses the public into thinking that science is bad. You know what I'm saying? So she was saying they should probably back out, or an adjustment needs to be made, or whatever. So why was that paper a piece of junk from the biologist? Was that your opinion, or was that something? Was there consensus that it was a piece of junk, or why was that article bad, or that paper? Let's see. Yeah, I was just talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about the space race and saying that we're kind of in a modern space race, and that the Russians and Chinese are going to beat us and all that kind of stuff. The journal it was published in doesn't have a Shilmago rating. I'm not familiar with that term. Shilmago rating, and is not published by Medline. They tested COVID-19 vaccines, but didn't explain where they got the vials and what the chain of custody was. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, SciImago. Okay, it's a database. Okay. SciImago rating. Oh, okay. Okay. So they have some kind of a semi-structured rating system for peer review of articles. That's a good idea. That's a good idea to have something like that. That's useful. Yeah, there's a lot of wacky stuff going on with COVID-19 research, that's for sure. I know there was a lot. My thing on COVID-19 was masks. I just did a PSA on N95 masks. If at the beginning of the pandemic, if they would have asked people to wear N95 masks instead of cloth masks, at the very beginning they said just any kind of mask, just put a mask over you, and stand 6 feet away. That was their recommendation. If they would have at that time told everyone what an N95 mask was and that they should wear it and blah blah blah, and if all the people who were wearing cloth masks at that time had worn N95 masks instead, the pandemic, the epidemic would not have taken hold in the United States. And that was a study by Harvard that was published by the Royal Academy. A very good study that found that, and subsequent studies also found, that N95 masks are much better, and they've known that for years. Excuse me. They've known for years that, about N95 masks and how they're superior and blah blah blah. I think 1/2000th of a liter. Oh wait. They played fast and loose with the numbers. Oh, okay. Wait, you're getting into details here. Oh wait, let me back up here. Let's see. No, they played fast and loose with the numbers to make them seem larger. Micrograms, liters doesn't tell you much when the dose is half a milliliter. Oh, micrograms per liter. Ah, okay. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Is that micrograms per liter body weight or something like that? Or per liter of blood or something like that? I'm not sure what that... Micrograms per liter doesn't tell you much when the dose is half a millimeter. Yeah. Yeah, it's just it's DNA, right? So it's just tiny amounts. That's the whole purpose, right? Is to inject just a tiny little bit of this mRNA, and then it multiplies and all that, right? So they're not actually injecting dead viruses or weakened viruses or whatever for their vaccines. Also, you have 5 liters of blood in your body. Oh, okay, that was the dilution of the that was actually injected. I see. Okay, 6th grade math works wonders. Yep. Liter of quantity, no idea. Yeah, I don't know why. Well, actually, I do know why. All this anti-vaccine stuff. Over 1 million Americans were killed during the pandemic, from COVID. Right? We're the only country where that happened. No other country had killed 1 million of their own citizens, right, during COVID-19, and it's still on. By the way, it's still a pandemic, and throughout the pandemic, the public health officials made recommendations that they knew would make the pandemic worse, and they made them anyway. Like this, recommending cloth masks. They knew that cloth masks wouldn't stop the virus, but they recommended them anyway. And standing 6 feet away, they knew it was airborne almost, back in February of 2020. They knew it was airborne, and they said stand 6 feet away instead. When the pandemic started, it first hit China. We had a case in Washington State, and the governor there took action and prevented that from breaking out. So from China, it actually broke out in Europe first. Italy was hit really hard, and other European countries, and then it spread from Europe to the U.S. And the way that it spread was that while it was hitting Europe really bad, officials here failed to put any restrictions whatsoever on people traveling from Europe, U.S. citizens returning from Europe. No quarantine, no check, nothing, zip. They just let everybody just come in. And that's when it really hit really bad. And we had, thousands of people dying every day. And remember, New York was stacking up bodies because the morgues were full. Remember those pictures? That happened because our public health officials failed to put any restrictions whatsoever on people coming from Europe, where it was hit really bad. And you know what they said? Fauci, you know what he said? He said, "Oh, we're not going to put restrictions on because it's going to get in here eventually anyway." And it's like, what kind of a public official says something like that? The idea is to fight it as much as possible. It's like that would be like saying our Defense Department saying, the Russians are going to send in the nukes, and we might as well not shoot down any of their missiles because we think one or two of them might get through anyway. So let's not shoot them down at all. That was his comment. Literally, that's what he said. He said we can't stop it, so we're not going to put any restrictions on at all. And that's when the bulk of the people were killed in the U.S. because of that. So and this antivirus stuff is all part of the same mentality. I'm sorry, anti-vaccine stuff is all part of the same mentality. There are people who make a lot of money from people being sick. Okay, that's a blunt way of saying it, but that's what it is. A lot of people make a lot of money when people get sick. So there are a lot of people who have an incentive to make Americans sick. And one of the ways you make Americans sick is to prevent them from taking vaccines. If they don't have vaccines, then they're not protected against those diseases, and they get sick. Duh, If you tell them to wear a cloth mask instead of an N95 mask, one of these masks, an N95. If you tell them to wear a cloth mask instead of an N95 mask, they're going to get sick. And the more people get sick, the more money they make. That's it. That's what happened. And the result was over 1 million Americans died. More than 1 million Americans were killed because they were given bad, and they're still given bad advice. Half of the U.S. doesn't know what an N95 mask even is, what a respirator is, how to wear it. They don't know that they should have one, that they should be wearing it right now, They should be stocking them. They should have supplies of these, you know, and everything else. And the reason they don't know is because a lot of people make a lot of money when people get sick in the U.S. So it's really sad. It's really terrible that that's the case. I don't know. I don't know what I don't know what. All we can do is hope the revolution comes sooner than later. You know, damn, and get them out of there. You know, for God's sakes, don't vote for an incumbent. If you vote, if you're in the U.S. and you vote, for God's sakes, don't vote for an incumbent, whether they got an R or a D, because the D's did the same thing. The D's and the R's did the same thing. They didn't, you know. I during the pandemic, I actually followed this very, 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 very close. I'm retired, so I could spend time and follow it very, very, very closely. And I watched all of the hearings in Congress and everything. And my own senator is on the health care committee in the Senate, and I watched them. And they know what these are. They know what an N95 mask is. They know what a respirator is. They know how it works. They know it's effective. They know that it's the way to stop the virus. They all know that. And to watch them in there telling people to wear cloth masks and to do all these things, you know, it's just disgusting. And the reason why they're doing it is because the healthcare lobbyists are giving them money, right? They're bribing them. You know, it's just, I just cannot get inside the head of somebody who is so corrupt and so evil to kill 1 million Americans in order to make a few extra bucks. You know, it's just, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little upset about this, but that's what it is. You know, that's what's going on, and it's and nobody is speaking out about it. Nobody, I never hear anybody speaking out about it ever on mainstream media. Every once in a while you'll find somebody with a as a podcast or something or whatever, or put out a YouTube video or something, but even when I in the middle of the pandemic, I kept posting comments and stuff like that every time somebody would put up something about the pandemic. And they would say something like, "Oh, wear a cloth mask" or something like that. And I'd put a comment in there. I'd say, "No, wear an N95. You got to wear an N95 respirator to stop the virus." I put that comment in there, and YouTube would censor it. They'd cut it out because YouTube was getting the money too, right? They're getting, Pfizer's putting ads on their videos and stuff, you know. So I don't know. Hope the revolution comes sooner than later. That's all we gotta hope at, you know. And what I'm doing is I'm talking about it, right? I'm teaching people wear your N95 mask. Don't buy things. Don't buy things. If you can, stop working or slow down. Don't work as much. Only work a day or two. Speak out. Don't watch mainstream media. Don't listen to the politicians. Because they will manipulate you just by talking about stuff, or they'll talk about things that are not important. I think 1 million people dying, 1 million Americans getting killed, I think that's important. In my opinion, 1 million Americans getting killed is important. But other people apparently don't think that. They'd rather talk about shutdown of government or whatever, you know. So it's very, very sad situation that we're in. But yeah, stop. Don't vote for any incumbent, whether it's an R or a D. If you're, suppose you're a Democrat and you have a Democratic incumbent, don't vote for the Democrat. If you don't want to vote for the Republican, then vote for a third party, or write somebody's name in, or whatever. Don't vote for the incumbent. And don't buy things. Don't cut back on whatever as much as you can. Keep yourself healthy. That's very, very important. Find out how to keep yourself healthy. Get exercise. Eat a plant-based diet. Don't smoke. Do all these things to try to keep yourself healthy so you don't send more money to that evil industry. And stop working. Slow down or stop working. If you can stop. If you can't, then slow down. Only work a few days a week. And if we keep doing that. Remember when Trump, in the middle of the pandemic, was telling people not to wear masks? Remember that? He was the one who helped propagate this idea that you shouldn't wear a mask. And why? It's just because it would make more people sick. And if more people got sick, then the healthcare industry would make more money. And some of that money would come back to Trump in bribes. That's bottom line. That's what happened. So, all right. That's my rant. My rant on the COVID pandemic and healthcare crisis, or whatever you call it. All right, let me look at some more other comments that I made in. These are I was going through my YouTube comments here. These are some comments that I made on YouTube. Let's see. Here's something I was talking about, a crow. Let's see what else you got. This is Star Talk. This is Neil deGrasse Tyson, and this woman here, Natalia Kosmayana, I'm not sure how you pronounce her name. She did a study, or was one of a group of researchers who did a study on ChatGTP. And what they were saying was that people who used, what they did is they did a study, and they had some people write an essay by hand, and other people they had used ChatGPT to write an essay. In other words, just write a prompt, right? And surprise, surprise, the people who were writing the essay by hand had more brain activity than the people who were using ChatGPT. And they're saying, "Oh, AI causes people to be dumber," or whatever. That's what the press reported on it. But it's just another one of those anti-AI studies, and what I did on that, I instead of just writing my typical content, my typical comment into YouTube. YouTube now is kind of rolling out this AI feature where you can ask the AI questions about the video that you just watched, which is kind of cool. And so what I did is on YouTube AI, I asked the YouTube AI, I said, please summarize this video concentrating on the criticisms of AI. And it gave me a summary, right? A summary of the video and what she was saying that was anti-AI in the video. Then I took that output, that summary, and I went to ChatGTP5 and I said, here's a summary of a video. Please write me a YouTube comment that addresses this and is kind of snarky and blah, 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 And GTP5 wrote a comment. And this is what GTP5 wrote. GTP5 said, so you say that ChatGTP essays are soulless. Memory fades in 60 seconds and brain scans look quieter. Shocking. Tools reduce effort. By that logic, Google killed curiosity and books killed oral tradition. What the MIT study actually shows is cognitive offloading, not cognitive collapse. Offloading is how humans have always scaled. Writing, printing, calculators, search engines, LLMs don't erase originality. They expose lazy prompts. If your essay reads like a LinkedIn post, that's user error, not AI doom. Blaming ChatGTP for career. That was one of the things that she had criticized. was the qualitative analysis of the essays. He said it's like blaming Excel for bad spreadsheets. The real cognitive debt, mistaking nuance for apocalypse. So I took basically I used a couple different AIs and tools and a multi-step process there, and came up with a YouTube comment, or comment on the YouTube video, and put it in there. So I had ChatGTP write the comment, and I had people liking it and saying, "Oh, great comment," blah, 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 It was kind of funny. So, and there were a couple other guys who did that too. There was one guy in there who put an AI generated YouTube comment on that video. That was obviously when you read it, you could tell it was AI generated. And some people caught him on it, but I don't think anybody caught mine. Nobody said anything about it, so I guess I did my prompt engineering was good enough on that one. I don't know. It was kind of funny. It's just ironic, using AI to comment on a video that was critical of AI. Let's see. Okay, that's just details on how I generated that. And let's see. In which I lose faith in quantum computing. Let's see. This is Sabina Hoffenstetter. She's a kind of a well-known physics SciComm communicator, science communicator. And she made a comment that she didn't understand what the financial value would be of having quantum computing, being able to break ciphers so that you could read stuff that had been encrypted, And I just said, hey, there's China and Russia would pay a ton of money to get intel on what the U.S. has been doing, and companies would pay money to get intel and everything else. So people could get blackmailed by secrets that they wanted to keep that could be broken with quantum computers. You know about that, right? You know about quantum computing. One of the has a narrow slice of applications. One of those applications is to be able to break certain types of encrypted text. So all these encrypted things that you send through the internet, and that the military secrets and everything else, that get communicated, that get encrypted and communicated. The ciphers rely on the fact that it would take, hundreds of years for our current technology to be able to crack the cipher, and quantum will be able to do that now. And there's a whole thing of, they've already, for the most part, changed the ciphers now to make them quote unquote post quantum, so that they would be able to not be cracked by quantum computers. But anyway, Sabina had made a comment that she didn't see what the value was in that, and I just made my snarky comment that you could, what about blackmailing? If you get people's secrets, you can blackmail, or you can, if governments want to find out state secrets of their adversaries, blah blah blah. So, all right, let's see what else we got in here. Let's see here. Whoops. This is the guy. This is kind of technical. This is space-time stuff. That's too technical. I won't get into that. That's too much in the weeds on a specific topic. Okay, this one's kind of. This guy was explaining special relativity, and he showed a little diagram on how that works, which everybody who explains special relativity uses this particular type of diagram. But the way he did it is he did it in a way that, anyway, I said it there. I said in order for L to be longer than D, you got to see the diagram. But anyway, he made a mistake, and the only way for that diagram to be right is if the spaceship in the case that he was explaining there was traveling faster than light, which of course is impossible. You can't. Nothing can travel faster than light, as far as we know right now, right? And with our current understanding of the way the universe works. So this guy had done. A couple of streams ago, I did a stream on the twin paradox, which is a special case, a special paradox that involves special relativity. Special relativity being what happens when things travel really fast. If they travel really fast, like half the speed of light or some portion of the speed of light, goofy things happen. The clocks on those spaceships will run slower. People will age slower. They shrink. They physically shrink in the direction of travel that they're going. A lot of weird stuff happens. Anyway, this guy was talking about that, and he put a little diagram up, and he made a mistake, and I just wanted to point that out to him. That's all that was. Let's see. This is another one. This is another technical thing, talking about the age of the universe and stuff. And I think that a lot of people have thought about this. Einstein thought about this more than 100 years ago, and I independently thought of it. Didn't understand that Einstein had done that. But if Matt, when you get down to really tiny particles and stuff like that, things kind of act differently, quantum mechanics and all that. And there's a idea out there that Einstein came up with a long time ago, that what if matter is composed of curved space-time? In general relativity, space itself curves space-time. The 3 dimensions of space and time, 4 dimensions, curves. Like around our Earth here, the space-time is curved. And that's why if, a spaceship, here's Earth, and a spaceship wants to go by, it will curve, it'll curve this flight, right? And that's why things orbit and everything else. It's because of curved space-time. And if you curve space-time a lot, it gets into a knot and turns into what they call a black hole, which is where the curvature is so tight, or the curvature is so much that light can't escape from the object that is the black hole. And there's an idea that Einstein worked on shortly after he came out with general relativity that talked about matter being composed of curved space-time. And he was trying to figure out a way to get space-time curved in kind of a knot or something like that. Because he didn't think that black holes were possible back then. And we know now that they exist, right? It's a real thing. So he never could figure out how to make matter out of curved space-time like that. And but now we know about that, and they've already talked about tiny black holes and primordial black holes and all kinds of stuff. And I think that's the way to fix or to resolve a lot of the problems in physics right now. Is to work on the idea that matter is composed of curved space-time, curved into like tiny black holes or some other topological form, and it would fix a whole bunch of stuff. But anyway, that was something that I commented on. Let's see, that one I think I already talked about. This is the Angela Collier. She had a video just today. Just today she had that. She was, as I said, she was talking about there are too many science communicators out there right now that are dissing science, or at least dissing research, saying that papers are not done well enough and blah, 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 blah. And she says it's causing a problem because when the general public sees that, they get the idea that science bad, science bad, right? And anyway, so I made a comment on her thing there. And the problem is, one of the problems is that, doing explainers like I just did, talking about space-time, people tune out, you don't, if you start talking about, especially if you start getting into math and, a lot of the details, a lot of this sciencey stuff, people tune out, they don't understand, they get frustrated, and you don't have as big of an audience when you explain the real details and get into get into the weeds on a lot of stuff. And so what YouTubers do is they say, oh, if I get people angry or have controversy or whatever, blah, 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 and I don't get into the details and don't explain stuff to people, and I just talk about controversy in a general way, then more people can understand that and participate, and you'll get more views. And so a lot of science communicators do that. And Angela Collier, who gets into the details on a lot of her videos, was giving her opinion on that, saying people really shouldn't do that. And I said, I agree. Yeah, we should, science communicators should get into the weeds and should explain details, at least some of the time, or, you can always make videos that general audience can understand or whatever, but it's good to explain the details a lot of time. It's kind of a hard balance, to come up with how much detail to get into, and I struggled with that. I did, as I said a few streams ago, I did a stream on the twin paradox, and in order to explain the twin paradox, the audience has to understand special relativity, and they have to understand this thing called a space-time diagram, which is a technical way of showing what happens in special relativity. And it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, and, to learn that and to understand it and stuff like that. So I for a long time I wanted to tackle the twin paradox and try to explain that. And when I was putting it together and trying to figure out an easy way to explain the twin paradox, I realized that people had to understand how space-time diagrams work, this technical diagram. And people didn't, most people don't understand it. Even people who think they understand it don't understand it, because there's just more to it than on what you see on the surface when somebody shows you one of those things. Anyway, so before I could do the twin paradox, I had to do a stream on space-time, a whole stream, 2 hours or an hour and a half or whatever, on space-time diagrams and explaining how those worked. And then after that stream, then I did a stream on the twin paradox, a 2-hour stream on the twin paradox, where I explained it. And if you're into sciencey stuff and you're into, physics, or you like special relativity or any of that stuff, you should check that out. It's kind of funny. It's a different approach. I used a different approach and tried to make it entertaining as much as I can with my social dyslexia. It's I made a stab at it anyway. All right, so I've been out here for a long time. 5-hour stream. Holy cow! All right, I got 7 people. Shit, I guess I gotta. Do I have to rate somebody now? I got 7 viewers. I don't know. Let's see who's out here. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Normally you raid down, but there isn't. Everybody out here just about has more than I do. All right, I'm not gonna. Yeah, we don't need to raid out. All right, I appreciate everybody coming, and listen to my ranting and my stuff. Hopefully some of this stuff made sense to people. Shit, I forgot how to wrap this up now. It's been so long since I've done this. All right. What else do I have to do here? I guess that's it. Appreciate everybody coming. Oh, I know what I do. I got to type in here. I remember how to do this. All right. I got to type in here. I got to type some stuff in here. Wrap. There we go. Those are my socials. Yeah, give me a follow, give me a tweet, or not a tweet, follow, subscribe. I'm here on Twitch, on Double Triple channel. On YouTube, it's doubletribble-yt. I have my own website, doubletribble.com. The videos that I put up there, you can watch without any ads at all if you want, so that's very cool. You don't have to follow or anything on that. I don't care if you subscribe or not. That's, half of that goes to Bezos, right, or whatever. So I don't want to support that anyway. So, all right, those are my things. I also have a Mastodon account, but I never use it. One of these days, I'll learn how to use that, and maybe I can try to use that. All right, I guess that's it, everybody. Thanks for coming. Peace and bye. There we go. All right, everybody, take care. Bye. All right. Take care, everybody. Thank you for watching. Bye.